Didn't want it to be a rude bell. And we've got the karakia coming up. Wonderful. Okay. Morena tātou. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to committee members, to our speakers for Public Forum this morning. Welcome to the Chambers, and thank you for taking the time in to share your views. And good morning to anyone else who is watching online. We have a very strong viewership, I'm sure, for this committee. I don't look at the numbers, but I trust they're all there. We're going to start this morning with karakia. Kia inoi tātou. Tuia I runga, tuia I raro, tuia I roto, tuia I waho, tuia ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira o Kirikiriroa, whaia te iti kahurangi, kia u, kia mau, kia ita, haumie, huie, taikia. All right. We have quite a full agenda and 11 speakers for our public forum, as well as a number of written submissions, including from Waikato Tainui, Deloitte and Norton School, and Grace from Lloyd Drive. So please do make sure that you take a moment to view those written submissions alongside hearing from our public forum speakers this morning. We have some apologies this morning, partial attendance from Councillor Maria, who will be able to join us online for some of this morning, but then we'll need to head away, Morena. And good morning, Councillor Robbie. Thank you for joining online as well. Councillor Robbie will be here all day. But we've got possible absence, Councillor Strange. Councillor Jamie is here, so that's wonderful news. We no longer need to note that. We do have a partial absence, however, from Councillor Leo, who is on council business right now. He is kindly representing all of us over at Fairfield College, my old school, where they have the Consulate General from China coming to an international language, Chinese language event there at the school. All right. So I will move the apologies and Deputy Mesh will second. All those in favour? Thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. So we will go with the agenda at this stage as it is. I will move and Councillor Emma will second. All those in favour? Thank you. Declarations of interest. Yes, Deputy Chair Mesh.
Thank you. I am on the board of the Hamilton Boys High School. I haven't been part of the conversations as they happened prior to my election. There was one meeting where this was covered and I abstained from participating. Thank you.
So you're noting that you have an interest but not a conflict. Thank you for noting that. Are there any other declarations of interest in regard to this matter? Thank you. Public forum. All right. So our first speaker is Joe from Te Papanui Endley, and please welcome. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So we will, just before we begin public forum, we have 3 minutes for speaking time this morning, just due to the number of speakers this morning. We will just for the schools at the end, we will be taking questions only for the schools because of the partnership on the projects around communication with their school students and families that I know some elected members need clarity on. All right, we're in your hands.
Kia ora whanau, Joe Kuti is my name. I'm the manager of Te Papanui Endley Community Centre, born and raised in the area, know the area inside out. Whatever happens in our community, I pretty much know. But I'm here on behalf of our community to stand up and say, hey, this is what things are looking like for us. Look at our slides and stuff, it's pertaining to our map. Our map is a little bit blurry, but I brought the map along just in case you fellas want to afterwards have a good look at it. You'll really see the depth in regards to what it looks like, and pretty much, but yeah, that's who I am.
Kia ora, my name is Karen Kote. I'm also a member of the Te Papanui Enderley Community Centre team and also a resident, as Joe was too. He's my brother. Today we would like to remind ourselves of the three main priorities of Te Papanui community, which are a fit for purpose community centre, a cultural playground and a safer community. Today we speak about safety. We would like to acknowledge the continued mahi that Hamilton City Council have completed and achieved in the community, namely the tabletop and lighting outside the Martin Road shops, which safely connects the alleyway to the shops, the lighting in the Enderley Park, and the tabletops and crossing spaces surrounding our community. These may be small wins to some, but they're big for our community. Living in a high-foot traffic community and witnessing the increased vehicles travelling in, around and through our community, we know that safety in our community is very important for all.
Safety in our community. Safety in our community, what does that look like? More speed bumps, actually speed bumps, crossings and better lighting. Why? Safer travels through our heart of our community, being safe in our community, but also too understanding our community is a walking community. They walk all over the place. Yeah, we might have fast cars that do burnouts and all that stuff, and real awesome looking motorbikes that zoom up and down all over the place. But those are pretty much owned by, and everybody knows, a lot of our gang members that live in our community, also too even our drug dealers, and that's no new news about our community and what that looks like, the makeup. But it is unsafe. People are crossing through, and when you look at our map up here, what it shows is just the areas, and if you look on your thing, but with this map I'll keep it here, but it shows where people are speeding in orange, but also too where our kids walk through our community, how busy it is, they're working to and from school. Also too, the dangerous areas. The dangerous areas are pretty much all our streets. We've got Insole, we've got Shakespeare, we've got Martin Road, Tennyson Road, and Wordsworth Crescent. Those are the areas that are really dangerous, and we need something to slow that down. If we don't, things could potentially be worse for our community or with our kids. But yeah, this is all about a safer community, safer travels through our heart of our community. I know we only got 3 minutes, but with this, I'll leave this here so you can actually have a good look. Our map on the screen is a little bit blurry, but I'll leave this for you fellas to have a look at it. But yeah, thank you for your fellas' time.
Kia ora, Joe and Karen. Thank you very much for making it in here. I know it's not easy with how busy you guys are as well to take the time to be here, so thank you.
No, cool. Thank you.
Next up we have Rana Hay speaking to item 7. Welcome, Rana.
I'd like to refer to my first photograph of a gentleman and his mobility scooter crossing the road at the end of the new mobility scooter crossing, new shed path from the Te Are Pika Pika Bridge. So this gentleman actually lives on the Riley side of the road, which is the same side of the caravan park. The only way he can cross that road is to go into the middle and put his hand up to stop the traffic. For that entire length of Waterford and Peacocks, for the whole kilometre, there's not one single pedestrian crossing. And he can't go further down that footpath, because if you look at photographs C and D, and there's all berm, and there's not even a step down into the road from the berm in the area where there's a service road to the water station there. And that whole area is berm. It's impossible for him to go there. So he's crossing to the other side, and then yet again, further down to get to Riley Place where he lives, he has to cross once again, the same thing, putting your hand up for the traffic. There's significant parts of Waterford and Peacocks Road do not have paved footpaths or even curbed cut-downs. The new bridge has unfortunately compromised all road users' safety in Fitzroy's, including car drivers. I've heard reports of cars coming from the Bader Street area trying to cross the traffic and taking risks, where the two lanes either coming from or going to Peka Bridge, just there's enough of a gap there. There seems to be no consideration given to the impact the new bridge would have on the Fitzroy residents. It's no longer safe to cross the road at the bus stops. In fact, the road widens where the bus stop is. One of the neighbours who lives over there says she gives herself an extra 10 minutes in order to cross to catch the bus. The roads are, the footpaths that are there are very narrow and cluttered with debris and bins and occasionally cars parked on it. You'll have a look at photograph G and H. Without a pedestrian crossing, the cars that park there obstruct the view, and there's already poor sightlines. The pedestrians and prams and mobility scooter users are forced to walk onto the road to assess the traffic situation. And until you're at the height of a mobility scooter, that's incredibly difficult with the cars being that high, you know. There's a section of about 100 metres where the culvert is further on. We'll have a look at photographs I and J. There's no constructed footpath on one side leading up towards Waterford Road and Dixon Road. It's a blind corner. Council workers and road workers frequently park on the opposite side of the corner on the narrow maintained footpath which runs along Sandford Park, and this blocks the ability of mobility scooters to travel there with no alternative routes. This route is well used by tourists to the bridge. You'll see photograph K. And if you also have a look, so I think I missed photograph I and J, where you can see how narrow that is on that one photograph there. It's my shoe. That's how narrow that photograph is. You know.
Thank you, Rana.
Okay.
That's been extremely clear, and those are very helpful photos. So we have run out of time, but we really do appreciate you coming in person this morning to make that very clear for all of us. And we'll address this as we get to my chair's report. Thank you. All right. Good morning, Karen. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, tēnā koutou katoa. Sorry, I'm an immigrant. I'm still learning. Slide 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank those who have made it possible for me to give this presentation. Waterford and Peacocks Road used to be fairly nondescript roads, but this changed in August 2024 with the opening of the Te Ara Peka Bridge. Slide 2. As you can see in the graph, Waterford Road traffic has increased to 7,740 cars per day, a growth of 80%. Peacocks Road traffic is now 5,675, 370% more cars. This has created a dangerous situation for Waterford Road in particular, due to its layout, as Rana has showed you, as will become clear over my next 2 slides. So the slide 3, please. These photos give you another impression of the lines of view for both pedestrians and motorists. It has become noticeably unsafe to cross Waterford Road, especially during rush hour. Are frequently school children looking unsure about what to do as they wait for a gap in the traffic. Slide 4, please. This table gives you an idea of the chances to safely cross Waterford Road based on an estimated 55 meters from which a motorist and a pedestrian can see each other. The different braking and stopping distances calculated by drivingtest.co.nz are for a medium-sized car on a flat road, and we all know that's not the case here. I've been told that ACC considers 15% of cars traveling above the speed limit to be acceptable. This means 1,160 cars for Waterford Road and up to 851 for Peacocks Road per day, driving faster than 50 km per hour. This gives a speeding driver a margin of 1 meter on a wet day. This is not acceptable. I hope for you too. Crossing to Sandford Park gives you 33 meters view. That's even worse. Slide 5, please. I'm puzzled why no one involved in the Peacocks project seems to have considered the impacts it would have on the existing community. So many resources were put into pedestrian and cyclist safety for the new project, while failing to mitigate the hazard due to the new developments, especially for Waterford Road. The Bikes on Pikes project will not solve the Waterford Road issues. So I'm asking you to allocate money in this year's budget to implement a 40-kilometre zone for Peacocks Waterford Road up to Fitzroy Avenue. Build pedestrian crossings on Peacocks Road near Plateau Drive, and build a footpath between 9A and 19 Waterford Road. Decide, this is my request, decide as if you have to live with the consequences of your decisions every day, like we have to do on Waterford and Peacocks Road. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you again for a very clear presentation.
And I had to cut it down, sorry.
And a clearly very well prepared presentation
Thank
from
you,
both of you,
thank
so
you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. And as mentioned before, we'll loop back to this in the Chair's report, where there is a paragraph there which talks about community requests. So we will now go to Julia speaking to item 7. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I can't claim that my remarks are as creative as the submissions prior, but we'll have a go at it. Accessibility is a huge passion of mine. Having lived in Hamilton now for the best part of, 8 years, I've seen firsthand the difficulty that our disabled community faces when it comes to accessibility. The roading projects and sidewalk projects in this city need a lot of work. So I want to encourage council today, in your considerations of the long-term plan, I'd like to encourage council to consider allocating funding to making accessibility the norm rather than the exception to the rule, to making sure that every project that we undertake is universally accessible, I should say, meaning that it is accessible for disabled and non-disabled alike. Accessibility should never be questioned. It should be the norm, and the only way to do that is by allocating funds now, so that when a project crops up, it's taken care of, and the funding does not need to be questioned. So thank you. I'm going to keep mine short and sweet today.
Thank you.
Didn't even go over. Thank you.
Oh,
That's so good.
Wonderful. We've made up some time. No. Thank you very much,
If there are any
George.
questions, feel free to...
We have 55 seconds for questions if there was one from anyone.
No?
But it was, yep. Because we've got 3 minutes, yep.
Anything? No?
Yes,
Good.
Councillor Angela?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're a resident of Garden Place. How do you feel navigating it at night with the current lighting that's there?
Terrible.
Thank you.
Absolutely terrible. I don't go out after lights, after dark. I do not feel safe. To be fair, I barely feel safe during the day because there's a lot of work that needs to happen in that project. The brickwork is atrocious, but I will not go out at night, 100%.
Thank you. All right, we have run out of time now, but thank you very much, Julia. Right, Vanessa, welcome.
I'm going to go the high.
Thank you, Vanessa, for coming in this morning. And
Thank you.
Vanessa is
Good morning,
speaking
councillors.
to item 9.
I've actually got 3 items to speak to.
item
I'll do it very quickly.
9 and more.
Shopping trolleys, the BNZ alleyway and the Garden Place shared zone. So I'll do this very quickly. Firstly, regarding the shopping trolleys, as was highlighted in the report, abandoned shopping trolleys being left not just in public spaces, but car parks, the streets, the Waikato River, private land, is making key areas look neglected, untidy, and detract from the look and the feel of the central city. They are a public nuisance, they are a safety hazard, and they are a significant cost to the central city in terms of removal options, environmental impacts, and contribute to reputational harm. Although the report provided by Council looked at shopping trolleys with a view of the waste management and minimisation bylaw, I think a better option would have been to have viewed it through the lens of creating a central city where people want to be, which I understand is a priority for this council. Shopping trolleys have an impact. The statistics provided in the report do not fully reflect the number of shopping trolleys that are dealt with around the town. These were calculated using the council apps, but there was a significant difference even between the council apps and what was reported by CitySafe. Either way, abandoned shopping trolleys are still showing in the hundreds each year. Add to this the data from other reporting mechanisms, including Snap, Send and Solve, which on speaking to the head offices of our large retailers that have these trolleys, I was told to use, and I use it on a daily basis to report trolleys to be picked up, so I'm sure the stats would more than double if these were taken into account. I understand that enforcement's not a viable answer here. However, surely there is the ability to do more than nothing, as has been suggested in the report. I understand there has been significant success with Woolworths on Anglesey Street putting in a geo-tracked fencing arrangement. And I understand also there's a cost to install this, but surely this could be partially offset by a reduction in trolley losses. And I would also suggest is part of their duty of care in keeping their trolleys on site and within their control, and as part of their responsibility of being a good corporate citizen in the central city. The report detailed the approach 3 other councils have taken to varying degrees of success, and the implication was being that Hamilton was going to wait and see what works best. The status quo isn't working. The opportunity exists, rather than waiting to see if someone else can solve the problem, to work together to solve the problem ourselves. There are primarily 4 brands of shopping trolley found on our streets. Work with these retailers to come up with a process, a plan, a standard and a commitment to reduce shopping trolleys being abandoned around the town, and ensure the priority is still foremost of creating a central city where people want to be. That's mine. I know. So the next 2, very, very quickly. I understand the Novotel BNZ alleyway is on the agenda as well today. I would like to reiterate support for removing the council easement down the alleyway, which has not benefited the central city, and instead allow for the investment to happen that will lift the area and allow for it to be better managed. A significant and successful businesses are on either side of this alleyway. I know the area will be invested in and developed in a way that will ensure their ongoing success and positively contribute to the central city. Finally, with regards to the Garden Place shared zone, I'd just like it noted that we would support bollards at either end, particularly to help with community events and reduce some of the traffic management costs that have to be incurred. Thank you.
Thanks for racing through that last bit there. Thank you so much. And you will see that your request around the bollards will be considered as part of our wider Wardy Place workshop. Thank you. All right. We have now Karina Duke, and Karina is online with us today. Good morning, Karina.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me time to speak. If you could go through to the next slide, please. As already noted today by previous speakers, for all pedestrians, independent travel meets a barrier when it comes to roadways. So getting across those roads can prevent people getting out and about and being part of their communities, part of their well-being, and lead to social isolation. So thank you to the Council for providing the ATTS, the signalised crossings. Where the crossings are in line with the continuous accessible path of travel, and you can see that in the 2 first images. So you're being directed by the building line to locate the crossing position. So the ATTS here are in line nicely. Unfortunately, first photo, no tactiles, but the locating beacon of these gives that information that you are getting to a signalised crossing. Can you go through to the next, sorry, the third one there is a video, which doesn't play on your system well, but it's got audio with it as well. If you go to the next slide. So where they're not in line with the continuous accessible path of travel, so it's a mid-block crossing, that's where we run into issues with understanding what that crossing is. So you can see in this image, which just happens to be our new stadium, they have some mid-block crossings as well as one that is in line with the continuous accessible path of travel, travelling perpendicular to my photo. So there's no directional tactiles needed there. So determining the type of crossing when you find directional tiles, is this a signalised, is it a priority? So if you go down to the next slide, crossing for me as a pedestrian can be challenging. So the sound of those locator beacons provide that additional information. They also provide more information about which side of the intersection or the crossing position that pole is on. If it's an intersection, they're normally away from the intersection itself, so they'll be away from the main flow of traffic, but it isn't always the case. Sometimes they are to the right-hand side when you're expecting them on the left. So the locator beacon provides that additional information for someone who has a vision impairment to locate that pole and the ATTS to press it. The other thing with the locating beacons, when the crossing signal finishes, which you're still within the roading environment crossing, so you've lost that extra sound that gives you the alignment to get to the cut down on the other side. So the locator beacons come back on and you can pick that alignment. So from the perspective of blind low vision, we are encouraging that the locating beacons are kept on, turned off between the 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. where they are an issue or you don't have a high pedestrian flow coming from bars or other areas at that time of night, but that we would have them on during the day so that our clients can locate the crossing pole, they can identify the type of crossing that it is. So the picture on the right shows a zebra crossing with the directional tactiles leading to it as a mid-block crossing. So identifying that this is not a signalised crossing, and the cars do slow because it's a raised platform. So again, there's some other information that could be misleading about the type of crossing it is because the cars are slowing significantly in between the two zebras on the street. So that additional information that a locator beacon provides is required by our clients when it's not on the continuous accessible path of travel particularly, or it's a busy intersection.
Thank you, Karina.
I'd just like to encourage watching the videos later, which you can't watch in the room. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we have unfortunately run out of time. I expect some of our elect members would be quite interested to better understand this topic. So we will see if we can maybe find another time to connect, to have the opportunity to ask some questions and discuss this further. So thank you very much for presenting this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Can we maybe just make a note, because I know with a recent issue that's arisen that this was of interest a reminder for me to arrange a time. Okay, Liam Carter speaking to item 7. Good morning, Liam. Welcome.
I think it's actually the first time this council speaking to be amazed. Kia ora team, you all know who I am, won't introduce myself. I ride a lot and I also hear real world feedback from my clients through Radio Trike, so I see both sides, but I also drive, as many know, which has opened up a world for me, but I see it from a disability side. My key message today is we need transport for both cars, bikes, buses and feet. But we need transport that is practical, that is built properly. When you ride a trike, small details matter. curbs, angles, and rough transitions can make a route unsafe or unusable. That's why I support Clawlands Road. Removing curbs creates smoother, more accessible experiences. Looking at ANZ Parade between Grey Street and the NZTA, I support improvements, but they need to work in practice. I encourage using some footpath space, but please design it to accommodate bikes, trucks, recumbents. On another issue, because I have limited time, raised platforms and speed calming devices, I support them. I do. When they are designed properly. Some current designs are way too abrupt, and someone who drives a van with a wheelchair hoist and a powered chair when I'm driving friends or colleagues around, it is rough. And I will give you an example. The one near Piarco Road on River Road is rough. You come down that hill, you forget it's there, you've damaged your car, you've damaged your window, and yes, I have smashed my window. Not on that one, on a one in Tauranga. So it's important we have gentle gradients, smoother transitions, and considerations for all vehicles, vans, fire trucks, ambulances, tradies, painters, but also mobility users, because if someone is in the back, it can cause massive medical issues for that person, and we don't need that. Thank you for your time, and hopefully I don't come over as a car driver.
Thank you, Liam. No, really, you're multimodal now. Thank you, that was very clear, and we'll make sure that those issues you've raised, including, I saw some nodding, the raised platform on River Road near Sonic Car Park is noted. Thank you very much for coming in.
No, take it out.
Okay. You did come in under time. Marilyn Gore and Scott MacDonald speaking to item 7. Welcome. Oh, yes, and then we'll go to Peter. Apologies, Peter, I skipped one ahead. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're here to represent the residents of Chedworth, in that we've had a problem with boy races in McMeekin Avenue in particular. There has been police involvement, and one of our residents has actually had video evidence, unfortunately not showing registration numbers, just the smoke pouring off the car, but the police actually recognised the vehicle and it was impounded. I have got council is aware, I've been in touch with them over it, and they've also said that they're going to install a throat island. We do have what I would probably call a throat island there already, which is not deterring them, but I have sent some emails of the mess that's on McMeekin Avenue, which I think most people would agree, that's not really showing the whole amount there, is unacceptable to go down, because the street is particularly wide. It seems to be a great place for them to come and do their antics, which we don't appreciate at all. Basically, it's following on from what Joe from Te Papanui Enderley was coming up with himself, saying we want a safer community. Because this is totally unacceptable in my book to live. I've lived in Chedworth for 40 years, and this is recent, and it's disturbing.
There is another photo there. Can you go back through those, please? The next one. And one more, I think. No, that's all right.
Okay, so this...
Yeah.
dish
We
in.
have got it printed here, which we can circulate that round for you if you like. This is totally awful because it's right outside Scott's window.
This is, shows the skid marks where they have done a burnout. And I had to close my bedroom window to stop the smoke coming in. My wife suffers from motor neurone disease, and I had to get her out of the room for just the fumes that came in off that car.
And this is the middle of the night.
Yeah, yeah. It's never in daylight. It's always usually after 12 o'clock and at night. And it's, I know it's a bloody problem for the whole of the council, but I don't know what the hell we can do about it. If we could, you can see how wide the street is there. If we could put, like Casey's app, maybe put some obstacles that will slow them down, or block off the end of the road at McMeekin and Crosby's Road, block it off, and that would stop them going through. But it might create a problem for other streets further on down, like Carlisle Street, that all go down through there or have to go down to Hukanui Road.
Just quickly, I know we're running out of time. This has actually got worse since Wairere Drive has been operational. They come off Wairere Drive, you can actually hear them at my place, come off Wairere Drive, particularly motorbikes. They go round, they're up Crosby Road, you hear them coming up Crosby Road, and then they cut through to get to Chartwell. So it's actually a little rat run that they're using our street for.
Thank you, and apologies, we have run out of time now, but thank you for coming in, and I understand this was first raised at one of the council and the community events, is that right? So
Yes.
Thank you also for joining us at one of
Thank
those
you.
recently.
Appreciate your time.
And we will again make sure that as we get to the Chair's report, we'll talk about how these will be addressed in terms of a process going forward. Thank you very
Thanks so
much.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Okay, now Peter, apologies, I skipped you just before. Welcome.
There is a handout. It'll come around soon. Yes, there's a handout.
Right, so we've got the handout that's up here. All right, Peter.
The other one. There's two. Oh yes, no, you were right. There's Novotel and BNZ. That's proof. Yes, and that shows the Novotel and BNZ, the one that doesn't show. Next page. Sorry, yeah. There'll be a handout coming in a minute. I'm speaking to the Novotel BNZ in easement laneway. So if you expect to have more people, the more connections you have to the river, the better. It has been said the problem is antisocial behaviour in this area. The Community Committee, 21st of April, members have been given advice on people said to be causing problems, social behaviour. This City Delivery Committee needs to check if it is called a social behaviour problem, then shouldn't this be on Community Committee agenda? Excluding the public from this laneway does not make poor social behaviour go away from the city centre. It would be a mistake to remove this easement. It goes against the Central City Transformation Plan, which says enhance laneways as mid-block connections, places for pedestrian movements. Pedestrian laneways improve connectivity between blocks and enhance existing connections. Laneways break up the structure of large city blocks by creating laneways is important for creating pedestrian access and movement. Prioritising walkways through the provision of laneways. Opportunity utilise laneways to divide up longer blocks and to enable pedestrian communities. I ask you to read the Hamilton Central Transformation Plan. When has it not been Novotel and BNZ's landlord's responsibility to activate this easement and laneway? They choose not to. Yes, council can partner with private business. I've got some examples on what I've sent in. But the City Council responsibility is to protect the public's right to public access. It is a mistake to remove the easement. It is not supported by Central City Transformation Plan and earlier Central City plans. The so-called social behaviour problem belongs with the Community Committee. To finish, here's a quote from City Planner at your 7th of March meeting. So, if you expect to have more people, the more connections you have to the river, the better. End. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for a very concise.
Sorry, one quick comment.
Yes.
The handout, there's 15 pages. If you share them together, they're double-sided, and you can put them together with the person next to you to see the longer route into this area.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Peter, and thanks for the preparation that went into this as well. Appreciated.
Have a nice day.
All right, you too. Okay, we are now at the point of inviting the schools up to speak. So we've got Joel and Steve from Hamilton Boys High School speaking to item 8, which is Peach Grove Road. Welcome. And as noted earlier, there'll be 3 minutes maximum of speaking time, but I will allow some time for questions. I'm aware that in particular Deputy Mayor Taylor has some questions. We still need to be time efficient given the amount of things we need to work through, but if there are burning questions that you need answers to, elected members, then do ask. Okay. All right, we're in your hands.
Kia ora, go as quick as I can. My name's Joel Baker, I'm the Associate Headmaster of Hamilton Boys High School, and this is Steve Ross, our Board Chair. I've been providing my perspective on this issue of Peach Grove Road for the past 5 years. Facts. Our school is growing. We're at 2,300 boys at the moment. We will go to 2,400 next year. It is absolute carnage outside our school, morning and afternoon. It is not if, but when a student is seriously injured. The question I have for you is, what is the value you place on student lives? If a serious incident occurs, are you prepared for the media scrutiny? My response is going to be pretty simple. I've been here for 5 years, I've been asking the same message, and so far nothing has changed.
Thanks, Joel. A couple of issues I might actually touch on that Joel's mentioned as well, so forgive me if that happens. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to talk to the proposal and convey our thoughts and concerns. I'd just like to pass on our Headmaster Jared Williams' apologies because he's out of town. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of the board the work and the communications that Cameron Ward and his team have undertaken and provided to the school, including this comprehensive report. Not to be negative about the options, but frankly the board would be extremely disappointed with this committee and councillors if any downscaled version was proposed. It is appreciated that many councillors campaigned on lower rate increases, more accountability and transparency. To downscale this project from the full corridor upgrade is simply applying a band-aid to a wound that is not going anywhere anytime soon. Or to possibly take the approach of waiting for a change in government to maybe then secure funding collaboration with central government. I'm certainly not a qualified quantity surveyor, but as an owner of a construction business, I would estimate that during the past 12 months alone, this investment cost would have risen by 12 to 15%. Nothing gets cheaper. Health and safety issues are raised continually on a weekly basis with regards to this issue. As board chair and PCBU of Hamilton Boys High, I have an obligated duty by law for the safety of our 170 staff, our 2,232 students. This includes the daily arrival and departures of everybody. We need council's assistance in approving proposal 2A to achieve this. Heaven forbid if I have to, or any other board or executive team member has to one day visit a family to face the harsh reality that their loved one is not coming home. Our student numbers are not decreasing. In fact, we have the opposite with enrolments at breaking point due to population growth. Contributing factors to this growth include infill housing, as many New Zealand cities, and of course the extreme success of Hamilton Boys High. On her last school engagement, the Education Minister inquired as to our thoughts of increasing our roll by 1,000 students. That's 1,000 more. These problems we continually face each and every year are not disappearing anytime soon. Our school has invested heavily to the tune of $300,000 for fencing and automated gates and plate recognition. Prior to proceeding with this investment, we consulted with council staff around the pedestrian crossing locations to ensure gate entrances aligned. As there are a large number of newly elected councillors here today, I would like to address several questions that were raised at the last meeting. 1, communication. We continually and actively communicate with our wider school community with regards to safety and correct procedures for before and after school drop-off and pick-up. We have communicated to your team our willingness to work together, work alongside with them on this area going forward. 2, staffing. We have and continually increased staff resources in policing outside our school and around school entrances. Council wardens have also attended on occasions to assist in police. We support within the proposal of permanent cameras to police parking infringements. Street parking. There is approximately 25 car parks directly outside the school, but not all are taken by students during the school day. This has been the case for many years. There are ample parking available in the surrounding streets during school hours for these to be relocated. Currently, we have a total of 230 on-site car parks for a staff of 170. At this is a ratio far greater than many current developments such as ACC Building, South and North Block by Stark Property, or the Foster Union Square development. At this stage, the Ministry has confirmed there is no funding in the foreseeable future for developing additional car parks. I can appreciate Council's concerns around the wider pushback with such costly investments. But at the end of the day, you are all elected officers of the community, and as such, must push such negativity aside and consider the best outcome for the greater community. What cost is Council prepared to put on a student death or lifelong permanent disability? Page 106, item 72, risk within the report, items 1 to 2. This clearly outlines the risk to both the community and Council. The last thing that I'm sure that Hamilton City Council wants is a government or WorkSafe inquiry around the death of a student, because I can assure you here today that the board will certainly advocate such an inquiry. Lastly, on behalf of the board and our executive team, I'd like to extend an invitation to this community and any other councillors to come along to the school first and see firsthand what we're incurring or encountering every day, school drop-offs and pickups, and we could organise that, be it in the morning or the afternoon anytime. So apologies if I ran over the time.
No, that's all right. I could hear you were answering some of the questions that elected members have, so I thought it was better to let you continue. Yeah, so thank you. Right, now we are moving to elected member questions. Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. 2 quick questions. They won't take long. Removing the car parks on Peachgrove Road, because they've been used for so long, will probably lead to some sort of adverse reaction initially and some sort of dislocation there. How will the school support the move, the plan publicly, and how will you promote it and champion it to your school community?
I think that that's just a matter of sitting around with your team and coming up with a formula and the best approach for us to actually go out through our comm systems to our community. You know, I stood at our Year 13 awards ceremony at the end of the year and highlighted the fact that we've been dealing with Council in parent that I've been discussing this issue with is fully supportive of this proposal. And we're quite happy to do whatever we need to do to assist council with comms. And I think the number of car parks, if you drive around any of the streets during a school day period, around the streets, there's plenty of space around there. Now, local residents might not like people parking outside their house, but that's life anywhere in the city. I don't see that as an issue.
Thank you. And you've referenced the growing role and potential significant growth in future. And obviously, it's your students are using a lot of those car parks presently, and the congestion is caused by drop-off and pick-up. If we're looking at investing 4 to 5 million here, what investment is the school prepared to look at in terms of possibly? You've mentioned how the ministry won't fund on-site car parks, but could the school not look at the option of investing in more on-site car parking?
Well, I'm sure you could appreciate the funding that we get as ministry supplied. So our core duty as a school is to teach our students and better our students to leave the school with, the teachings that the teachers provide to go out into the community and better the community and themselves. So every dollar that we get from the school, we invest in teaching the students and providing classrooms. We continually have debates with the ministry, and if they wish to increase our role by these numbers, that will be a discussion that we would certainly be pushing, that we just have to provide this. Yeah. But like any place, our funds are, because we're government funded, our funds are very limited. We're a multi-million-dollar business, and like I said, every penny, we watch what we say, because we use every penny to better the environment for our students, for their learning.
Probably just further to that, we do have secure bike storage on site. We do promote that. We have multiple entries into the school for those boys on their bikes. Buses, we work with the bus companies. We're at full capacity on the buses, so much so they're putting double-decker buses in. So we are trying to increase that aspect of our school, and that is communicated through our community and also our assemblies at school to boys.
Okay, so you will publicly support this if it goes ahead?
Oh, definitely.
100%.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thanks,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. All right, I've got questions from Councillor Jamie and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation, gentlemen. Just to confirm, you're requesting support for option 2A?
Yes, the
Okay.
full corridor.
Yeah, the full project?
There is, one of the options is about, I think it's 3A, is about upgrading either side of each entrance to either school. When you stand out there and look at that, I find it hard to where you would determine that to start and stop because of the proximity of each school so close to each other. Yeah.
Okay. And the raised safety platforms or speed bumps?
Yep.
I believe 2A has speed bumps in there. What's your view on that?
We've talked about it. We don't see the necessity for them, to be honest. Well-marked pedestrian crossings with light signals like outside Southall School would be fine by us.
The current crossing outside Peach Grove isn't raised.
Yeah.
And that functions effectively.
Okay, good. And the final question, so if the car parks are removed outside the school, obviously there'll be bus stops and there'll be yellow lines, dotted yellow lines. The likes of Saturday morning sport, maybe Friday night basketball, etc. How do we work together to ensure people don't just park there?
I think that comes down to comms, and because it would be on at night time and on the weekend, 230 car parks available on school grounds, and most people will find a space on a lawn and park on a lawn. So we would certainly be out there with the comms that redirect them where they should park and shouldn't park.
So in summer, could even open up the field at times?
We do that at the moment. When we have functions, we do open the field off Argyle Street entrance.
Yep. Okay.
And so both car parks are open from 5:45 a.m. until 9:30 p.m. at night.
To the public?
To the public, bar the drop-off and pick-up times, where our front gates are closed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Councillor Graham, we've got final question.
Thanks, Chair Sarah. A question on drop-off and pick-ups with people right across the city. most parents just park wherever, and is there a possibility on those car parks on Peach Grove Road to turn them into 10-minute parking so we negate people from just stopping and blocking the road? And then after those times, after school hours, they become longer, we can utilise it. Because, from me, a question for you, every school in Hamilton, the parents just park.
Anywhere.
And no matter how long you put heads into them.
Correct. It's a really hard one to police, and like I go out there, we've got the yellow lines just on it as we entry, and you go out and you try to address parents and ask them to move on, and you're told just to move on pretty much. You're just having a battle.
Yeah.
So that's why we've asked a request of the our parking wardens, and they've done a great job, but they can't be there every day. And so I'm not going to put our staff in a position when they're getting abused every day either by members of the public.
Yeah, it's just more how do we, if we take them out, where are they going to park? If we don't have a 10-minute park for them to pull over, where they're going to stop?
Yeah, but
and they'll just stop anywhere.
This is the re-education of parents who want to drop their son right at the front door and at the front gate. We have multiple entry points into our school, so I think the education needs to be the parents actually allow your son to walk to school, and the walking to school could be 100 metres from a different entry point into our school. We have so many entry points, but for some reason, parents like to drop them right at the gate and pick them right up at the gate, for whatever reason that is.
Yeah, I know, it's everywhere.
We have four, other than Peach Grove Road, we have 4 other main gate entrances, so, which we comms all the time.
It's probably quite a good question as well when we get to the item for our staff to clarify the wider parking plan if this was to proceed. So thank you. We've gone through our questions. Thank you very much, and thank you for waiting. We had a very long public forum in the end. But yeah, we do really appreciate you being here to answer all of those questions and to be able to have that direct dialogue. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our final speaker for this morning, Justin, speaking on behalf of Peach Grove Intermediate. Welcome, and thank you as well for taking all of this time to be here this morning. Right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Justin Denotta. I'm speaking today as Deputy Chair of Board of Trustees at Peach Grove Intermediate School and as a local resident of the area. I'd like to express my full support for the corridor upgrade on both sides of Peach Grove Road between Francis Street and Wilson Street. These improvements are not only timely, but they are essential. Every day our students navigate this busy section of road, and as a board, we are acutely aware of the risks they face. The proposed measures, including relocation of bus stops near Hamilton Boys High School, installation and upgrade of signalised pedestrian crossings, and the creation of shared paths, directly address long-standing safety issues. We particularly welcome the upgrade of the existing signalised crossing outside Peach Grove Intermediate. This is a critical route for our students and ensures effectiveness, and ensuring that its effectiveness is key to supporting active transport and protecting our tamariki. Other measures, such as the curb realignments, removal of on-street car parking, and raised safety platforms at side streets will not only calm the traffic, but also improve visibility and safety for all road users, especially our young pedestrians and cyclists. These are smart, evidence-based design choices that reflect the growing needs of our community and the importance of making our roads safer around schools. As a board, we are committed to the well-being of our students, and we believe this plan is a strong step in the right direction. We urge the committee to support these much-needed changes through to implementation. Beyond my role on the board, I also speak today as a resident of this community. I live 500 metres from the proposed changes. My children travel to and from Hamilton East School and Peach Grove Intermediate along this route, and we all deserve streets that are safe, accessible, and built with care. I fully support the proposal as both a trustee and a local resident. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, do we have questions from our elected members? Yes, Councillor Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in this morning. Really appreciate it. Don't want to use my time thanking you, but so I'll get to the question. Option 2A and option 2B, one of the main differences is 24 on-street car parks, which would be retained with 2B. Do you have a preference for 2A or 2B?
We prefer the 2A
2A.
option.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
2A.
Justin, are you able to provide a little bit of context around the reason for 2A versus 2B? And well done for memorising all of these option numbers.
Yeah, they're more of a hindrance than a asset to the area. They block view lines coming in and out of Wilson Street and Scott Avenue. The movement of the bus stops to more offset their position on the road so that there's more view and more space for each of the buses to enter and exit traffic. And cars pulling in and out of car parks slows the traffic on Peach Grove Road from its purpose as a thoroughfare. So diverting that traffic and those activities of pulling in and out and dropping off students to side streets would increase the flow and reduce the congestion in that area.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear. Do we have any other questions? Because I do want to make sure. Yes, yep.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. Just sort of curious around, broadly speaking, the numbers of your students who walk to school, bike to school, and are dropped off in a car, and what work or bus, or what work what work you're doing as a school to, I guess, increase modes other than cars, which would obviously ease congestion and make things safer.
Okay. Yeah, it's actively promoted with the students and the teaching staff to look for alternate modes of transport. We have on-site bike shed that's locked up for the kids that you can use, and for scooters and walking. I'm not sure what else. Sorry.
Obviously, there's got to be a partnership between you and us, though, like to make sure it's safe to bike to school as well.
Yes. So the pathway at the moment is quite narrow and congested. To have the roadway, the bus stop, people waiting for the bus, and then our fence is essentially right there. There's not much space for pedestrians or cyclists at this time. So the increased the shared path width that's in the proposal is would ease the congestion along that path.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we're through all of our questions. So again, thank you very much for coming in this morning. We do appreciate it. And we will get to item 8 for Peach Grove a little bit later this morning.
Okay, thank you.
All right, committee members. So what we are going to do is we'll move through the confirmation of minutes, the chair's report, and any questions that we have for item 7. Then I propose that we take a break because there was still some ongoing discussion. Well, it's been a long morning already, and there were some ongoing discussions in regard to one of the projects still for item 7 that we need to confirm. And I do want to just test again that everyone is comfortable with the options that are proposed for consultation for Peach Grove before we then get to that item as well. So we'll use the break to, if we can have, work through that in the tea room, that would be really helpful. So when we get to that, hopefully we've got something most elected members can support. All right, confirmation of the minutes for 19th of February. Councillor Anna will move and Councillor Jamie will second. All those in favour? Thank you. Now, Chair's report, I will take it as read, other than to make a quick comment to say thank you very much to all of our staff who have gone the extra mile for this meeting this morning. We have had staff working on their holidays at 7 a.m. in the morning, at 10:30 at night, at all times, to get these reports to us, to get the options to us in time, and to answer questions and to look at amendments and motions. So thank you for all of that work prior to today. All right, are there any questions in regard to the Chair's report? Councillor Anna.
Just quickly, so I understand that your standing item around community being able to come in and present concerns, so we've had a couple today. what then happens?
Wonderful, thank you. Actually, I did make a note to talk to this, so thank you. So what I would like to do is take a staff action that all of the concerns that have been raised both verbally this morning and in our written submissions, that staff contact the submitters and through our normal process would look at those concerns that they've raised, but then that would come back to us through the appropriate channel, potentially an exec update to start with, and then as elected members we can determine whether we want to take any further actions around that once we've got some more information on what the what options might be at a very high level, you know, and what kind of funding we would have available and whether we are able to act now or need to wait for the future. So is everyone comfortable with that? So that would kind of put it back to us once we get that information through, most likely an executive update? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, if I can assist with that. Some of these issues will be known to staff, so we will write those up. We can be pretty quick on those and move through the exec update on those. And the other ones might just have to go through the similar process that we're going to go through for item 7. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for asking that question as well. Right. Anyone else? Yes. Councillor Rachel.
Thank you. Attachment 3 to your report is the Tahuia rolling stock. Unfortunately, I can't see. It's empty.
Oh,
and I just wondered if you could speak to what the point.
Leftover. Oops. Okay. All right. So what I was initially going to raise an issue around rolling stock and our role in the public transport subcommittee for Tahuia, and then I removed it because it was actually, we were then told by regional council we don't need to give any input onto this matter at this stage, so I didn't want to raise something where there's no actual decision required right now.
Thank you.
But what I can say is, so while we don't urgently need to give any views right now as a council, we will need to very shortly start considering our view in terms of the regional council's long-term plan and whether they provide provision for the actual investment in rolling stock for Tahuia, at least to allow them to be in a position to make a decision once the trial is ended. There's also a question of what we want our role to be in terms of advocacy to government, because we'd ideally want government contribution for any rolling stock. So Councillor Sue has been collating some questions, which we will also, which after we've gone through this committee, we'll reach out to elected members on as well to work through some questions that we would need to ask regional council in terms of information that we would need, and then we'll work to try and find a process for our council to discuss this and eventually come to some views around what we want to advocate. Hopefully that's clear. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Councillor Maria. Oh, we can't hear you yet. You are on mute.
Rookie mistake. Kia ora, Councillor Chair. My question is for your staff as Chair of the committee and for Councillor Message, your Deputy, and not for General Manager Kevin. My question is how do we formally acknowledge the time that staff give over and above their allotted work times, outside of work times, and in holidays, as you mentioned, and what strategies or what process are we providing or suggesting to our General Manager that will help them manage the staff time with the extra pressures that we as a council put on them?
It's a very good question, Councillor Maria, and I won't be able to answer that right now, but we are constantly having conversations around how we manage capacity and information requests and things. So I can assure you that we will take that back, Councillor Mesh and I, in terms of asking how do we continue to improve our process for our future meetings.
Cool, and just one supplementary question. Can it be more than a thank you?
Absolutely,
Awesome.
yep. Thank you. All right. Any other questions on the Chair's report at this stage? Okay. If not, then we've got our staff action noted, and I will move, and Councillor Deputy Chair Mesh will second. You're welcome to debate, but please keep it absolutely brief and essential if you are able. Councillor Angela.
You might want to hear what I have to say. Look, I'll keep it brief. I just want to say thank you to both you and your Deputy Chair of this committee. It's clear this is a huge committee. It is mainly operational, which means you get to dive into the detail. Good luck with that. But I can see here, I can see in your report, and I can see outside of this that you and your deputy are doing a considerable amount of work, and it's not an easy committee to manage, and they're not easy topics. So I just want to publicly appreciate both of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Mesh, Deputy Chair Mesh. Sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to express support for all the work that has gone into this, into your Chair's report, because for me it signals a shift in both decision making and accountability that you're signalling. You know, we've seen situations where outcomes have been delivered on the ground that don't reflect the intent that was originally intended. So in some cases, we've seen a small number of objections have materially changed what gets built, and the wider community carries that. So bringing back those decisions to elected members where the trade-offs can be weighed openly is the right direction, because it places responsibility where it should sit. I also support the intention to review the Access Hamilton strategy, given the pressures heading into the long-term plan. It's timely that we look carefully at how priorities, assumptions and investment decisions align. Same applies for the decision-making framework. The criteria outlined are appropriate, and the value will come in how those guide decisions when priorities compete. Last, today's motions look nothing like the original ones we saw, so full credit to the Chair and our governance team for the agility and the responsiveness to shape the motions, to address the elected member concerns, and making sure that they aligned with the aspirations of the affected communities who spoke today. Not a small feat. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Sue.
Kia ora, and thank you to the Chair and Deputy Chair for their work in bringing together the Chair's report. I also want to support the idea, the direction that you are bringing, where there are some sticky issues in projects proceeding, that they come back to the councillors for a decision, because we are the ones that are charged with responding on behalf of the entire community when there are individual issues that are getting in the way of perhaps making good progress on issues that benefit the wider community. So that is the correct place for that responsibility to come back to. I also just want to invite councillors to give me, if not now, at any course, feedback on the usefulness or not of the report that I've put forward as an appendix to the Chair's report on my representation of this council on the Waikato Regional Council's Regional Transport Committee and also the Regional Public Transport Committee. I do think that we've got a lot of work to do in that space, and it helps me to be able to do that job well if I know that I am carrying a solid mandate forward from this council and therefore from the community in order to be able to do that job well. So I would appreciate your support and your feedback on the format of that report and its usefulness. Kia ora.
And thank you, Sue, for doing the report and also the continued communication with elected members. Just while I remember last night, the final draft for the regional land transport plan weightings and priorities came through. So that will be circulated to elected members, and we'll work through an appropriate process there to hopefully find time to endorse or otherwise those priorities. Thank you, Councillor Rachel.
Thank you. I also want to lend support to your Chair's report, Chair, and also all the work that you've done in the last few days to work up motions that are significant. Thank you. I particularly want to support the review of the Access Hamilton strategy, because this is something that came up through our induction, the extent to which existing strategies are in need of review, given we have a new council, we have a mayor's plan, and we have a new direction. And it would seem that there are aspects of the Access Hamilton strategy which gave licence to parts of projects that have been vehemently opposed by community. And also we heard this morning some indifference to aspects of particular projects. So I think it is important that we revisit this document, because strategy is foundational to our transport decisions. So awesome, thank you.
Right, Mayor Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep this brief, but I too just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. I recognise that, particularly in recent days when we've seen how much toing and froing there's been, that there is a lot of work going on behind the scenes. So thank you to you and to those who are working alongside you and to staff for the attempts that you're making to try to ensure that we have better systems leading to better outcomes. I can't say as eloquently or as concisely as Councillor MacDonald has just done, but I do want to endorse her comments 100% about the issues that she raised, particularly, sorry, this for some reason that's now no longer swiping across for me, under the subheading elevation of issues to the Transport Subcommittee. I strongly support this approach. I was very concerned, and I know several other councillors were recently, to hear that a minor project was completely altered just because of the intervention of one or two people in a community. That is never the way that things should be done. I think the system you're putting in place will lead to much better consideration, and ultimately, particularly these issues which always attract a lot of public attention, it is us who are out in the community hearing what people are saying. I really appreciate the new approach that you're taking, so thank you and well done.
Right, thank you, committee members. Oh, we do. Oh, I missed. Oh, there was a ninja one coming up. All right.
Sorry.
Councillor Jamie.
Yes, I'll be short. Yeah, just like to highlight something in Councillor Sue's report in terms of Hamilton City Council being asked for feedback regarding the Waikato Regional Council investing $550,000 in updating the detailed business case for Te Hui Rolling Stock. I'd like to put on record that I support that. I would like to see the Waikato Regional Council invest that money. They're not asking for funding from us, as I understand it, but I do think that the Te Hui service has served us well. We're in the final year of the trial, and you know, I'd like to support, I'd like to endorse us encouraging them to invest that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. Great report. It was good, and I know what's gone on, the work you and Mesh and a lot of others and phone calls in the last, and emails and meetings in the last couple of weeks. I'd like to commend on you on where it's going. It's great, and for me, we're beginning what I can see as a triennium of cost clarity and information and interacting with public staff and the community to make sure that we get it right, because at the end of the day, from these community meetings, the buck stops with us, and we've got to get a lot more things right early so we don't end up in the wrong later. And thank you for your report and your time. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everybody. I won't speak because I have said enough already in my report, so we will move to the vote. So I've moved, and Councillor I keep saying Councillor, Deputy Chair Mesh has seconded. So all those in favour of the report and recommendations, thank you.
Carried unanimously.
I will, for future items, talk through each of these for any of our viewers online as well. That was, I neglected to do that for this one, but I will do it for the next. So item 7, Minor Transport Improvement Programme. We will take questions, then go for a break. Thank you, Robin, for coming up. All right, Councillor Jamie. Oh, wait, sorry. I will ask, Robin, do you want to speak to anything in the report?
No,
at
I'm
this
happy to
stage?
take it as read, Chair.
All right, thank you. Yes, Councillor Jamie.
Oh, yeah, thank you, hi, Robin.
Morning.
Morning. City gateway signage replacement?
Yes.
Yeah, can you please give a little bit more information on that? You know, how you landed at the 25,000 per site and what the 6 priority gateways are?
Okay. I'll just get to the right page. So for elected members, City Gateway signage is clause 88 on page 81 on the report. So there is an existing and recently reviewed streetscape and gateways policy. And within that policy, it has identified priority sites, which are listed in Schedule 1.
Yes.
And all but one of those exist. So site number 6, Southern Links, Central Interchange has been identified for future when Southern Links is built. It obviously is not in place yet. Within that policy, it talks around what a gateway looks like, and it includes things like welcome signage, potential for art, landscaping, all of those bits and pieces. We were asked at the elected members drop-in session if we could pull together some information on upgrading or installing threshold signage. At the time, we were given a couple of examples which are included in the report. So we have priced those. We have currently 2 sites that have threshold signage in place. They are, in effect, 3-sided. Those 2 sites are Te Rapa Road, just north of the Dairy Factory, Puketi Road area, and out on State 26, Morrinsville Road.
Yes,
and they do currently have a concrete brick support structure as well. I think they were Rotary Lions, some sort of project like that in the history. So we basically priced on a very simple sign, 4 by 2.5 metre aluminium sign, single-sided with a vinyl adhesive, with yet to be determined something on it that welcomes you to Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent. Yes.
As well, because I have the policy.
I actually,
have you got it
is
there
in
now?
here. Sorry,
Okay,
I had
perfect.
missed that, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 89. And I guess final question is, yeah, I mean, I'll speak in the debate as to what I think the sign should look like. But you're obviously confident that, I mean, like I guess 25,000, is that, you know, is that enough to make it look smart, professional, you know, not cheap and tacky?
So what we're looking at is, as I said, a single-sided sign, so it will be as you're coming into the city. It will just have 2 simple poles, support poles, and then the detail, I'm willing for lots of other people to do lots of debating, work with our comms team and work out what it actually looks like at the end of the day.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Robin, and I know it's been acknowledged via email, but I didn't email. I just wanted to acknowledge your recent award of the Leo Tooman Road Policing. Sorry, did I take the wind? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Tim. I'm going to be quiet now. No. Just rewind that, but well done. Well, yeah. So I just, we should have caught up, you see, we didn't this morning. Yeah, I just wanted to publicly have that on the record, the Leo Tooman Road Policing Trophy that you were recently awarded at the Waikato District Police Awards that I know Mayor Tim was present at. So that's no small feat for your years of work in that space. Just 2 questions, possibly. The Anzac recommendation, Anzac Parade, I've read the report, so we're not, because, you know, I went a bit cold when and you've mentioned it in the report, the reinstallation of hit sticks, and we know from experience that they just don't work. But this is for reasons you've said, which is a maintenance, and people literally hit them all the time. So this is not on Anzac Parade Bridge. This is from the intersection of Grey down to that. So there's kind of a cycle lane there at the moment.
Yes, and basically what we're looking to do is build the curb line out so that it becomes formally part of the footpath, if you'd like.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't need to be, the hit sticks don't need to be in place.
Don't need to be hit by cars, yeah. And then just second question, Robin, the Hamilton Girls High School, I've lost it on my page here. So, I mean, we had them come to the last committee, so that's around 63,000 for design and consultation only. I've read bottom page 60, not 61. Oh yes, so Tainui Ward Street and Seddon Road, so concept design and consultation only. And will that design, I guess what I'm asking for is some assurance that Hamilton Girls High School, given that when the principal came, she said, I think it's been 2 decades or 3 decades of lobbying us, will the team sit down with her and really understand the requirements of the students and the movements?
Yes.
So she's not just going to be, the school's not just going to be a party to the consultation, they'll have some input in.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and basically because it was a yellow project,
Yeah.
We're going to do that work and then come back to this committee with recommendations
Yeah.
as a result of that
Great, okay.
consultation.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you. And we did circulate feedback on what's been proposed from Girls High, from their principal yesterday, but there were a lot of emails being circulated. Right, going to Deputy Chair Mesh.
Thank you. My question is for Kevin. So first of all, thank you and Robin for separating out the expected costs of projects and the cost of risks. So I support the approach to pooled contingency. It's noted in the motion that the contingency funding will be reported back to the committee. Support that, that's awesome. So I guess what I want to know is, are you expecting that to happen as it's used or at the end when it's gone?
So through the chair, probably through GM reports as they come up, if we've got things in that space, we'll give you an updated one. Otherwise, it'll be at the end, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
For me. Thank you, Chair Sarah. I want to start out, I want to be really clear that I'm not seeking to compromise or delay safety. My intention is to encourage a review of pricings. Sorry?
Just your lead.
Oh, you got a question?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go to the questions. My question's about cost. We've got signs that are allowing $200,000 or $160,000 of the type and things. I can find 10 for that. And I'm wondering where our costs are coming from, because hit sticks at 20K, they're $27 each. Where we're getting our pricing and our things from, every time it's coming up a big rounded figure, and I'm concerned about the money we're spending at the beginning that we're approving.
Question, you mentioned signs. Do you want
Yeah.
an answer specifically in
Well,
regards
just
to...
where did the figure come from?
Yep, where did the figure come from? Okay, so
the
the
signs?
gateway signage.
So bearing in mind at this stage, we don't have a project. We don't have funding to do detailed investigation. That's what today will determine. So at the early stages, staff are trying to work through getting some indicative costs. For those signs, we actually went to a signs manufacturer and got indicative costs for doing that work. If we get approval today, and we work through the designs, then we will go out and get 3 quotes to do that work before we carry on from there.
Is that the norm for giving us ideas of costings before we start across all projects?
at the early stage, as I said, we don't have budget to do this work. We only have limited budget to do exploratory work. So we use our best information that we have. In the case of the signs, we didn't have other examples of having done that sort of work that we could draw on. So we actually went out to a signs manufacturer to get an early indication.
Yeah, so through the chair, that's not the norm, as Robin has said. That is something that we don't do very often, and particularly that size of sign. So we've gone out for that. The normal process is that we go through and look at winning tenders from previously for similar type of pieces of infrastructure and work up a process from there. But again, what Robin has also said, I just want to reiterate that, this is at the estimate stage. This is not what we will be paying. We will be going through a detailed procurement process and working our way through those. And also, when we get approval for these, we will move on to better designs so we can get engineers' estimates for these, which is a far better level of what will be spent.
Would it be possible just, you can continue your questions after Graham, I was just wondering
That's right.
if it would be possible to provide a bit more context around why the signs, what are the cost drivers for these signs, because it was explained to Deputy Chair Mesh and I yesterday around the need for it to be in high wind environments, etc. So it'd be helpful to just provide that in the public forum.
Yep. So given the size of the signs, the support structures that they put on those poles, as Councillor Sarah indicated, we need to make sure that we've got the wind loadings correct. We have to make sure that they have a frangible base if they're anywhere near a road. So we've got signs at all sorts of different locations. Some are well off the road, some are quite close. If they're close to the road, then they have to have a frangible base. That means if a vehicle hits them, that it's not literally cutting the vehicle in half. So anything that's over 100 mils in diameter, there are requirements for that frangibility. And so that therefore has a different base design as well. We are also mindful that in 2 of the sites we have existing signs there. So we've made an allowance to get a truck and a HIAB to pull them down. There is potentially power there as well that we have to disconnect and deal with. Because at this stage we haven't got an approved project, we've done this as a desktop study. We haven't gone out and looked at the detail. A lot of the sites also are on state highways, so we're going to have to work with NZTA about where we can put them, the traffic management that's involved for putting them in and that sort of thing. Now, again, we will look at all those opportunities. If they're doing some work and we can jump in and pop our signs in while they've got traffic management in place, then that's the sort of opportunities that we will look at once we know we have a project.
Thank you, Robin. And thanks, Councillor Graham. Do you have, you can continue now, or do you have any further questions?
No, at the moment, no.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. All right, Councillor So.
Thank you. Sticking with signs. One of the priority gateways that you have listed here is the Southern Link Central Interchange. You made note that that's not approved yet. So are you saying that, does this mean that there would not be, at this point under this proposal, any signage welcoming people to Kirikiri or Hamilton as they come to the city from the airport?
Correct.
Coming in that way, okay. So that's why, so there are 6, that would create a 7th if we were to want to welcome visitors who are flying into the city.
Yes, you could in the interim put something on State Highway 23 or Halpa Road with the intention of when the Southern Links interchange is built, relocating the signs.
But
so
that would add a 7th, that would be a 7th site.
Correct.
Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay. Mayor Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In order to stick within standing orders, may I ask you, Robin, if I may congratulate you on receiving the Leo Terman Road Policing Trophy?
Yes, you may.
And in all seriousness, as the Chief Whip has already noted, it was a great pleasure for me to be there and lovely to hear the citation. And I do want to acknowledge that it reflects many, many years of hard work and dedication. Thank you. Second thing, may I just give very brief context to this question? I laughed when Councillor O'Leary asked her second question about Anzac, because that's my second one as well, but it is in a slightly different respect. I've noticed that there is public support for what is being proposed, and I share that, but I'm concerned that it may not deal with some of the issues that particularly Deloitte have reported. It can be a very, very dangerous area. Can I ask, just to get on the public record, when was consideration last given to traffic lights at the intersection of Memorial Drive and Anzac Parade, if that's what it's called, and what's the reason why that's not doable? Because a lot of the frustration comes from being forced to turn left when a lot of traffic coming along River Road into Memorial Drive wants to turn right into town. So I'm sorry, I should have given you a warning, but do you know the answer to that?
I can give an answer to that. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So there hasn't been any investigation to put traffic signals there. The work that's been done for Anzac Parade is part of the, it was the Eastern Pathways CBD to University project.
Right.
Which was Anzac Parade, Grey Street, Clyde Street, Knighton Road. So that's the study route. And that piece of work was particularly focused on improving public transport reliability. That's going to be one of the high frequency routes moving forward. And as part of that, and past elected members from previous councils will remember a lot of debate about where we were going to put cyclists, and there were parallel routes being proposed for where the cyclist would go and where we would develop that. So that's been a piece of work that's been ongoing for years. In order to accommodate all of that, we are not looking at increasing the ability to get out of Memorial Drive, probably decrease it and make it left in, left out. For running the sorts of numbers of buses that they are expecting in the future, they're going to have to look at some fairly radical management of the pinch point that the bridge creates, unless we go to the expense of building a second bridge. So that's the sort of work that's been happening, and Phil Hazeldene's been managing that. Long answer to no, we haven't looked at traffic signals for Memorial Drive.
No, but it's helpful because it is something that I think we probably will get asked from time to time. And would I be correct in assuming that it's left only because there were, back in the day, a lot of accidents from people trying to turn right out of Memorial Drive onto the bridge? So I hear what you're saying. I hope that that's maybe something that the Transport Committee can have a look at a little bit more, because I understand your answer, but I think we need to look at the other issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I've made a note as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Rachel.
Thank you. At first blush, Robin, one could form the view that the transport projects are driven by community requests. And my question around that is, how confident are you that the projects represent the best value for money and prioritisation in the overall program that you have to deliver?
So I guess this goes back to the 2024 decisions that were made by council. So when we had originally, as staff, pulled together a program of work which was based on risk, and all of that pulls together things like community requests, looking at our crash data, requests that we're getting from elected members. So all of those go into the pot, and we had a list, and we had put that through to NZTA for subsidy. When we were told in September 24 that we didn't get that amount of subsidy, then the council had a good think about how they were going to deal with that, and it was decided that the local share would be retained and pulled together, because it wasn't only the minor improvements, there were biking and micromobility and public transport. We then went through an exercise with elected members, showing them the sorts of projects that we'd had developed, and also got feedback on the sorts of projects that elected members would like to see. And so that program, the current program that we have, was the combination of that work, obviously had to be some pruning because we lost in effect half of the amount of funding that we were expecting to do. So that tried to get a balance between doing some walking type projects around schools, accessibility, dealing with some cycling, so the Norton school route, those sorts of things, as well as dealing with opportunities for working with the renewals program and widening footpaths slightly, or dealing with flooding areas. So it is quite a wide-ranging program. When it comes to these additional projects that have been put forward, the majority of them are in response to submissions from the last committee meeting and the resolution from elected members. We were asked to identify if there was anything else, and that's where we went in and found the Bremworth Ave one as well.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that, Councillor Rachel and Robin, and we've got Councillor Anna.
Thank you, Robin. Just a question on Anzac Parade. I'm just wanting to understand how the project improves driveway safety. I just don't understand how it does.
So I guess it's putting the cyclist where the drivers are more likely to see them, but it also gives us the room to put those markings on the road, or what's now going to become the path. So that's putting pedestrian and cycle symbols in that area too. So that is, as your motorists are coming in or out of the driveway, they're directly in front of them, reminding them that there are actually pedestrians and cyclists moving through that area. It's not it's not the perfect solution. It is really hard there. The driveways, as they come down, they've got retaining walls and planting and bits and pieces, so there is very limited visibility. But we have been working with those businesses and the staff within them to try and really raise the awareness of the issue as well.
And so the project doesn't have any impact on preventing people from using those driveways to turn around in? It won't limit that in any way?
No. As part of the work I was explaining to Mayor Tim earlier, there has been some consideration as to whether we need to put a solid median up through Anzac Parade, which would then make Putiki Tiki Street a left in, left out. It would prevent people coming from Memorial Drive really wanting to turn right, but turning left and doing a U-turn. And so that would help manage that. We haven't promoted that at the moment because we really felt that by limiting the access in and out of Putiki Tiki Street, there was a need to look at that Grey Beale intersection. And that was that roundabout design that was put forward last training and was stopped due to concerns about parking and various other things there. So there is an option, but we think it needs to be several things put together to make that work.
Okay, so the several things put together to make it work, would that come forward potentially as part of a project for the LTP?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, just one question from me, Robin, is following, two actually. Following on from Councillor Anna, will the design allow for space for that solid median in the future if that's...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is, does the upgrade for Grandview Road outside of Norton School, where we're moving a bus stop, currently include a bus shelter?
No.
No. Okay, and how much would it cost to... Is there space for a bus shelter there, and what would it cost to include one?
With a little bit of warning this morning, but just a little bit, I've had a quick chat to the team. The worst case would be $15,000, but that would be a full-sized shelter with the solar panels for the lighting at night. I'm not sure about size, whether we'd actually end up having to put a mini in there just because of the footpath space. So with a site visit and check, we could confirm that, but yes.
So what's the range? So worst case 15, but...
If it's a mini and simple, we're looking at about 8.
8, okay. Yes, I have a question from Councillor Graham.
Does that include the groundworks and everything, the 15,000, or is that the shelter on its own?
Yes, that includes the pad for the shelter and that sort of thing as well. As I said, I haven't had a chance to look at that. That's off today's and a quick conversation. So that would be the shelter. That'll be the shelter cost. If there's a pad, we probably need to add that to it.
The current report has the pad already in it as part of the project. It's had like a concrete
There's
pad.
a concrete pad for the pedestrians to stand on so that they're not standing on the grass.
I am.
Your shelter would be set back. I'm not familiar enough with the site to get into detail, sorry.
Right, okay. We can, we'll work through that over the break. We've got 15. Okay, we're going to try our best to keep the break to 15 minutes, but let's see, it may extend to 20 if we need a little bit more time to work through a couple of issues. All right, thank you, members. Jeff, so, sorry. And you spoke with yes. Okay. Okay, now I need to find my agenda. All right, elected members, we'll just restart again in half a minute when everyone's ready. Now I have to log back into Diligent. Right, and thank you to viewers online for your patience. There was quite a few things to work through, but I am hopeful that we're in a good place. So what we're going to do is our lovely governance team now will run through each of the motions. We are having one debate for everything, but then we will vote separately on the various components. I still need some movers and seconders for a few things, so just throw out your name, because I didn't want to move everything, and you know, if other people wanted to be able to do that, and we need a couple of seconders. Yeah. All right. Yes.
Sorry, Chair, so that all of these are in the latest email you sent us that says version 2? There's nothing being revised?
The only changes is Amy will speak through, we've landed on an option for Grandview and the crossing outside of Norton, which would be to have traffic signals, which is the school's preference, and a moderate curb build out, noting that this design will come back to the Transport Subcommittee for a final approval, so there will be a chance for elected members to see it and ensure they're comfortable with it. And yes, so there was a proposal for a 7th sign, which
Could I just,
well, so we'll, yeah, so those
just
are the
so I
two
can work
things.
through each one with you so you can see the
And
differences.
so you'll take questions just on the motions,
Just on the
just for
changes,
clarity? I've just
yeah.
got 2 when you're ready.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
We will debate all the ones through right to H, is that right? They're all one
Every
debate.
single thing in item 7 will be debated together, so use your 2 minutes wisely.
Bloody hell.
We are really going to, in order for councillors to get to council and community at 3 o'clock and drive at a safe speed, I need us to probably finish not too long after 2 o'clock. So apologies. I mean, if it's the view of everyone, you want to go to 3, but I think it's better to keep it 2. Okay.
Okay, so the first one up, we've taken the first and end of what was originally the staff recommendation. So receiving the report and noting that the changes will be presented through the Transport Subcommittee for approval as was required. Then we move into the suite of changes that were in the first table. So at Lloyd Drive, speed cushions additions. So that's why you're seeing in red the different change in the value. At Pine Ave, the change is to remove the contingency fund. Then Grandview, that's what Councillor Thompson has just referred to. It's the traffic signals and existing safety platform, moderate curb extensions, relocation and upgrade of the bus stop to include a shelter. That we have put a specific link that it will be reported through to the Transport Subcommittee, and the value is what you'll find in the agenda minus the contingency.
We didn't add in for the bus shelter.
Approximately.
And
Plus-
let's go plus 15 for the shelter, noting that's the top end for a shelter.
Okay, we'll add that
Yeah.
in. Then I've removed our Anzac Parade, Victoria, Mairoa, because they're going to be voted on separately.
Yeah.
The changes that you're seeing on the screen so far are just the contingency being removed. Gateways has also been moved to a separate vote. Then the contingency fund being created to be used for addressing any of the additional costs. That's the one where there was a question about how it will be reported, and that was through the General Manager's report. Then we have Anzac on its own.
We had Councillor Anna was going to second. Anzac, are you?
Cool. Then we have Victoria.
No, that's not councillor.
That's right. Is there a seconder for Victoria Mairoa? Which is?
Yeah.
Then we have a motion and an amendment for the gateway. So with the changes, so what's different from the email that you received, it's now 7 signs. So the addition of Ohopo. What we're asking is for the delegated approval of the final design to go to the chair and deputy chair prior to construction. And you did have in your original email the most cost-effective approach to be used.
Mm.
The amendment, so this is from Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Mead, is for 2 signs, and those are Morrinsville and Te Rapa Road.
Yep.
Sorry, that one's gone again. Then under the next steps, it's just the change as you had sent out is that the final design for all green projects will be going through the chair and deputy chair, where they aren't required to go to the transport subcommittee. And the work with NZTA, and that's to do with speed and safety cameras. The last part of that is members working with the Regional Transport Committee to advocate for increased funding for cameras.
So,
Which is so. Then we go down to the Central City. This one didn't have any changes from what was in the staff report and recommendation. Central City lighting improvements.
Some changes that I made haven't come through. Chairs and deputy chairs of the Central City Revitalisation Committee. I think some of the track changes I made haven't been incorporated.
And this committee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chairs and deputy chairs of the
Central City.
And
yeah.
Committee, and this one also had the reporting back for the committee to consider any options for the balance of the budget. In Ward Street and Worley Place, that has the addition with the seating and bins.
Oh, yeah,
That's it for this one.
That's it.
Just that's it.
Right. Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
through the chair, can we go back and have a look at the comment around the P95 contingency? I'd just like to double check the wording for you.
Yes, thank you. We want to make sure we get it right. Approves the formation of a contingency fund. So this contingency fund, by the way, for information, is it adds together all of the contingency that was removed from those projects in the list, and then it's 75% of that total, noting that there's an expectation that you won't hit worst case scenario with every project.
Can I recommend changing it from up to the value of the P95 estimate to for the value of the P95 estimate?
So what change does that?
There are P50 contingencies built into the balance of the pricing on the schedule.
Yeah.
So the wording indicated that this was centralising all of the contingency. It's only centralising the P95 contingency.
So just for clarification on that for everyone, the prices that are in there without the P95 contingency do include the P50 contingency prices.
Yeah, so the prices that are, the amended prices that are currently in the table still include some contingency as costed as a P50, but they don't provide for or the extra, I guess, layer of contingency that you would need to make it a P95. And for our viewers, what a P95 is essentially, actually, should we just get staff to explain that so I don't get that wrong? can we have, Gary, can you explain the difference between a P50 and a P95?
P50 is generally anticipated to be ups and downs in most projects that you would anticipate. P95 is an allowance for unanticipated but potential risk within project delivery, particularly identified where you believe that delivery of the project is essential to scope, so that if those eventualities were to occur, you have contingency to fund those exceptions, as opposed to de-scoping the project.
And it's essentially a 95% chance, or a 95% of the time, you will come within that budget despite all of these other things potentially going wrong.
Yeah.
So it's quite a conservative estimate. Yeah. So we still have contingency, but it's now in a bulk form, and what that does is provide some clarity and transparency in terms of the costings in regard to what where we've costed the known, and then where we've costed the unknown risks. Right. Now, we had some other questions from Councillor Angela.
Yeah, just two on the motion supplies. The CBD lighting improvements, one of the changes in C says due to the amended scope of the project. What's the amended scope? And is the chair of the CBD Revitalisation Committee happy with whatever the amended scope is?
Thanks for the question, Councillor O'Leary. Yeah, I'd already, to be honest, I'd kind of already thought the scope had been amended a bit, because we'd already decided to Garden Place and Civic Square, in terms of getting bang for buck, it was sort of better to focus on that area rather than kind of spreading it wide and not really achieving anything. So really comfortable with that.
Okay, cool, thank you. And is this list, doesn't include the BNZ Novotel easement, does it?
No, that's another item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we have, Councillor Graham? Yes.
Sorry, Chair Sarah. Just on all emotions as one, can I see, or will there be a procurement overview to ensure best pricing on all things? Because it's not in any emotions or anything as that.
Yeah. So my understanding, the role of the procurement subcommittee is to look at our overall policies and processes for procurement. So there is, it's a higher level, a higher level role that the subcommittee has, where those recommendations will eventually filter down to how we do business as usual through all procurement. There's going to be a slightly greater role potentially for the procurement subcommittee with item 8, which has been discussed. If macro scope approval was to go ahead, there'd be an extra step around approving budget. But otherwise, the other thing I did want to note is that there is work underway in terms of looking at our consultant use and weighing up consultant use versus internal staff doing work. That is, I understand, happening with Councillor Sue being a lead along with our staff. That work's being scoped up. We will have an update on likely timeframes for that very soon. So for those, again, watching, we are looking at how we can, going forward, reduce costs in terms of, say, design costs or other areas where we use consultants for this work. But that is a wider piece of work, again, that will eventually inform future delivery models. So I don't have a specific thing for it going through the procurement committee. Yeah. Okay. Right. Councillor Emma.
Sorry, just a question on the motion on that's handily up on the board now. Perhaps this is a question for the chair of the CBD. The public forum this morning that noted from Vanessa Williams about the ballards, would that be part of the scope in terms of some of the options that could come forward to us if there was a savings?
Yeah. So here we are, so Jeff and I are, Councillor Jeff and I are tasked with working with staff around arranging a workshop, if we can find a time.
Yeah.
Focused on Worley Place, and I've noted it would include options. I'll just say
Permanent
including
solution.
investigation of a permanent solution.
Okay.
So that.
So it comes under that second one.
Yeah, including investigation of a permanent solution to reduce traffic management costs for events. Jeff, do you want to?
I know.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. Rachel, yes.
Thank you.
Yep, we're all fading a little bit, I think.
Yeah, no, it's in relation to Lloyd.
Yes.
I think there was a statement about something being reported back to the Transport Subcommittee. Is it that one?
That one,
No, further down,
but
Grandview. It
further
might
down,
be Grandview.
Grandview.
Yeah.
Yes. So that one, we have to have that come back to the Transport Subcommittee anyway because of a moving of bus shelters, right? And things, yeah.
So I suppose this is the question, what will be reported and at what point in time will it be reported back to the Transport Subcommittee?
Okay. My expectation would be that the design, the final design comes to the Transport Subcommittee and any required changes to parking lines and bus stop locations, all those regulatory changes required. So the committee would have that opportunity then to fully look at the final design that staff are recommending, and if there were concerns, it would have the ability to send it back to, say, this committee.
Yeah.
Is that a good summary? Yeah.
With a more refined or more precise estimate of costs, presumably.
Yeah, if there was any concerns around any elements of it like that, then it would be within the subcommittee's remit to say, actually, we'd like to bump that back to the City Delivery Committee to reassess. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Okay. Any other questions currently on the motion? It is a lot. So thank you for everyone. I was asked, could we not do this for the next meeting, but I can't guarantee it.
You need to have a hard word with yourself.
All right, we have movers and seconders for everything. Wonderful. We shall move into the overall debate. And as usual, so much work has gone into actually getting the motions right that I have given no thought to what I'm going to say at this point in time. What I do really appreciate with what we're doing here is the ability for us to be responding in a timely way to requests for safety improvements from our schools and community. We're not always in that position to do that because often we fully allocate the budget at the start and then we find ourselves saying, sorry, it's 2 years out to the next long-term plan and we've allocated the budget, there's nothing we can do. So we're in a really fortunate position in this case to have been able to be responding in a very timely way. And it has made me think, as we think ahead of how we structure any future budgets, whatever that budget is, that we should consider how we can retain some flexibility over the term to allow ourselves the option of responding to really important things that come up, say in year 2 or the year 3 of our long-term plan. We did have many requests today that came through public forum, and it does show a lot of interest in accessibility and safety, and we have a tough job of weighing up what is going to be a priority and how we do it in a really cost-effective way. But I want to thank elected members for all of your cooperation and open communication throughout this whole process so we could get what I think is an excellent way forward today, and I look forward to those really ugly signs being removed at our gateways so we can be proud when people drive into Hamilton. Thank you. All right, who's next? Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I support the transport projects as they stand up there. And well done in putting all this together. I feel exhausted and I've just been watching from the sidelines. So well done. In terms of the Central City stuff, I support the 415, which is taken from projects that haven't gone ahead, staying in the Central City for work that needs to be done. Helps to kind of recoup some of the ground that I think has been lost in the Central City in recent years. I support very much the small amount going to do up the area opposite the new Pullman Hotel. It's a 35k. I think it's sort of incumbent on us to make sure the environment is not quite so tired. And I also obviously support the workshop on Worley Place shared zone, and that's just always a hard one to get our head around, but I think it's something that needs to be done. In terms of lighting, safety is so often described as vital for the Central City in terms of perception, and poor lighting is a significant cause of the safety perception. And this plan has been in the works for a while. I think it's a reasonable spend. It will look pretty good. Safety doesn't have to be ugly, and it will look good. So as well as increasing safety, it will provide some amenity. And it's something that the Central City Revitalisation Subcommittee is really keen on, this lighting. And I guess I always bring it back and I think about, would I be happy with my daughters if they worked at a hospo place on Victoria Street, walking across Garden Place or Worley Place as it currently stands at night? And no, I would not. I would be really worried. So I think this will improve things significantly, and it's a real boost for Central City perception. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sue.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start this debate by recognising that the very reason we're in the position to even have this debate is because projects had a certain budget alongside them, and those budgets were not entirely spent. So for people who believe that once a budget is set, then the council busily goes about making sure it spends that budget, I think the debate we're having right now proves that that is incorrect. So I listened carefully to the answers that were given about the way in which we go forward on these projects. Yes, it is, of course, an estimated process at the outset. That does not mean that that then drives the cost that then ends up getting spent on these projects, because we are here debating how we will use the savings from projects that have been managed so that they have come significantly and under budget for a range of reasons. There have been 10 projects from which there has been about, close to $4 million that has been saved over the period of time that we've been looking at. That shows an ability to do that work. Finally, I want to say that I have put an amendment forward to add a welcome sign to our beautiful city as people drive from the airport on our Halpo Road. I think that is important to be able to do that. For many people, it might be the first time that they're entering our city. But I will say, as long as those signs don't ever attempt to have a slogan on them. Councillors will already know around this table that my very favourite one was when we said Hamilton, better than you think. And I don't want to ever try to emulate that again. So thank you.
Yes, there were clear instructions, no slogans. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Safety is important. So is food. So is heating during winter. I know pensioners who are cutting back on food and heating. Safety risks are uncertain. Poverty is certain. It exists and it is getting worse. People who care about money are often accused of not caring about social problems. Yet the solution to every social problem is always more money. Council transfers problems. We take money off some people to solve the problems of other people. That leaves a different problem to the people who are paying. The Council's challenge is to get a set of compromises that gets the best net benefit with the limited resources we have. It will never be enough. Every dollar we spend on Peachgrove Road is a dollar not spent on safety issues in Enderley. Every dollar spent on Enderley is a dollar not spent on Chedworth. Every dollar spent on Chedworth is a dollar not spent on Norton. If we do them all, do we cut the zoo budget, the pools budget, the library budget? Do we take more rates off people who cannot afford to pay their existing rates? The best and only solution is to get the greatest net benefit for the whole city by getting the best value for money on every project through innovation, efficiency, careful project management. The historic costs of road projects are not a solution. I want to take this opportunity to raise a great news story for the Waikato Times, Andrew. I refer to page 65 of the agenda showing savings on the recent projects. Councillors, join with me in celebrating these successes. I will finish with stressing the needs to do even better. There are alternatives that we can try, and I'm prepared to take a risk to get better value. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Deputy Chair Matt.
Thank you, Chair. When I first saw the motion, I balked at the price of everything. But we now have a revised table that separates price from risk. I don't support approving worst-case budgets as a matter of course, so separating cost from pooled contingency is a significant improvement. The projects we're looking at today come from specific requests. Lloyd Drive came through petition, Enderley through community centre consultation, and ongoing requests from schools for safer conditions. On signage and seating, I accept the need for replacement, but I am not comfortable with the value provided at these price points. Cost across the board remains a concern, and I do not yet have the confidence that pricing consistently reflects value for money, and I expect to see improvement as procurement work flows through. On Maido and Victoria, I'm not persuaded of the need and cannot support that spend. On Anzac Parade, I acknowledge the safety concerns raised, but I'm not persuaded that that's quite the right response. On lighting, I support safety as the intent, but less than 430,000 is not a clear budget, and therefore I cannot support that item. It all comes back to judgment, responding to issues in a way that's proportionate and mindful of the ratepayers who are funding this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anna.
Thank you, and thank you first for all the work that's gone into this. It's incredible, and I feel very, very well informed. But this morning I decided to go for a little hikoi on my bike to understand some of the projects a little bit more. So biking into Enderley, I was really pleased to see where we will be putting a raised safety platform out the back of the Te Whare Kura or Kirikiriroa will make a real difference, because at the moment you wouldn't even know it's a back entry to a school, which is quite scary if you're thinking about the safety of children. So I really appreciate the way in which we're prioritising the safety of children in particular in a lot of these projects. I then carried on past Boys High, which was absolute carnage, as was described, but we're dealing with that. And then down through on Anzac Parade. And that area, as a cyclist, and I know, not everybody bikes through there, is so scary. And the hit sticks have been hit. That could be a cyclist. So for me, yes, it's a cost, and I understand that's a challenge. But having a shared path in that area is one step towards addressing what is a pretty tricky area. And I accept what Robin said during the questions around how we do need to look at that area in totality. But this, the shared path is a first step towards addressing some of the safety concerns there. So I really appreciate that. And in terms of lighting, I think yesterday we had a strategic risk workshop, and we talked about what keeps us up at night. And I was remiss in not thinking, because obviously what should keep us up at night is the thought of somebody getting hurt on our roads. So I'm sure we all share that concern, and it does keep us up, as does the safety of our CBD and wanting everybody to be able to walk around safely down here. So I support the investment into lighting, and I know it will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Angela.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I agree. We do need to always be flexible and responsive to our community. And you know, there's lots of examples that we saw at the last meeting, plus at this meeting. One being Lloyd Drive and the advocacy from Grace. And of course, I'll be keeping an eye on Hamilton Girls High School, so I'm pleased that that project is moving on. I support Councillor Moroney's amendment for the gateways. And look, a billboard is fine to say welcome to our city, but I think long term we need to look at something a bit better than a sign without the slogan. We don't invest in that kind of thing for our city, and I know that we're going into the LTP and we have to prioritise, but a lot of people talk about the look and feel of the city as well, and it's about our city pride. So I'd like a conversation on that. And lighting, look, it's desperately needed. This is long overdue. I suspect that I will be a little disappointed, having recently visited Wuxi with the Mayor, Councillor Hawata, and the CEO, because that really is the City of Lights. And I think had we taken the Deputy Mayor on that trip, he would be disappointed in anything we put up. I think that we need to have a Department of Lighting. No, I'm just kidding. Clearly, Wuxi, China has a Department of Lighting, and clearly they have an awful lot of funds to throw at that. But even if we can come up with a moderate mini version of what they've managed to do, because they focus on something, they are single-minded about it, and they create that impact. And I know I have always said around lighting, particularly in this Garden Place area, that if we're going to do it, we need to do it with impact for all the amenity values as well as safety. So support the work that everybody's done on all of these motions. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. I want to begin in saying that, in principle, I support the intent and direction of most of the projects before us. The concepts are generally sound and outcomes sort of the ones the community expects and deserves. This is not about stopping progress or about compromising safety or quality. Hamilton needs to keep moving forward. However, progress must be responsible, affordable and defensible. As elected members, our role is to represent the residents of our city. This means being prudent and careful with every dollar we spend. We must treat public money as if it was our own, because for our residents, it is. Value for money is not optional, it's a core governance responsibility. My concern lies in how we're being asked to justify costs that increasingly seem excessive, particularly given the volume of projects this council delivers. If we continue to rely on older estimates or consultant-led pricing that already may be high, we do not properly test those assumptions, we lock in inflated costs. Yesterday's expensive project becomes tomorrow's baseline, and that cycle continues. I acknowledge that major projects are different and can carry additional complexity and risk, but even then, good governance requires discipline. We should be seeing base or standardised designs, clear base cost benchmarks, transparency about what's driving costs, and genuine options so councillors can assess trade-offs and assess value for money. Without that clarity, it's difficult for us to confidently say we're acting in the best interest of our community. We'll never please everyone. That's the nature of public decision-making. But we do have an obligation to make our dollars go further. That means better systems, stronger cost control, and a willingness to test the norm. We also need to be honest about safety priorities on the ground. Outside virtually every school in Hamilton, we see daily chaos. Congestion, poor driver behaviour, unsafe stopping, unnecessary risks. Parents see it, residents see it, and many of them experience every day. This is where well-designed, well-priced and practical solutions can make a real difference where there's value for money. In finishing, I just want to say that while I support overall progress, I cannot currently support Anzac Mora Road proposal in its present form due to its just cost. At this point, I don't have sufficient confidence in it. My position is not about delay, it's about careful, prudent and responsible spending.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Rachel.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points in relation to the transport projects. Obviously, we have a clear responsibility to respond to known safety risks, but not every safety concern warrants the same level of investment. And my caution is that we, are consistently ensuring balancing proportionality between risk and spend. Using program savings is pragmatic, but it can also lead to opportunistic rather than strategic investment. And I think it's sensible, obviously sensible to reinvest savings, but I am keen to ensure that our decisions still align with a clear, transparent prioritisation framework. And I think we heard from staff that this has occurred in the case of the projects we're confirming today. Safety improvements are important, but we should favour the most cost-effective interventions first. And I think the staff are starting to hear that concern from elected members consistently. And I can see that some locations are now showing scaled-back solutions which are already achieving cost savings in terms of where this proposal recommendation initially started. In relation to the signs, I'm supporting Councillor Moroney's amendment. I think further deferral in relation to signs across the city, welcoming signs, will actually just result in more resource, more delay, more cost. I think we need to get it done, and it really doesn't make sense to not have a welcome sign into the city when we have visitors arriving from the airport. CBD improvements, we heard from a resident of Garden Place, she doesn't go out after dark. And I think that's a really sad situation. So I think I'll be supporting the motions in relation to CBD improvements also. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councillor Sarah, I'd like to acknowledge your approachable and your inclusive leadership style, to be commended. I'd like to begin by highlighting some of the comments we've heard around the value for money in each project. As someone said here, I think it's a really good point that we should treat this money like it's ours, because it is people's money. So that is very important. I appreciate the work that's been done on these projects, as we saw, to scale back some of them, while still hopefully achieving the outcomes we need. I support the contingency fund. I think this is something that is good to trial. And let's see how it goes. It's a different way of working, and I look forward to seeing how that works. I'd like to acknowledge the geographic spread of projects. That's good to see. It's important that we share our support with all areas across the city. The CBD lighting, I support that project. We have a large investment in terms of the Pullman Hotel. And it's important that when key people make an investment in our city, when they take the risk on their own money, that we look to work with them, and also put some of our skin in the game. And also, I support the 7th sign from Councillor Moroney. Hamilton really is the place to be in New Zealand. It is. Yeah, that's not a slogan, by the way. But we are coming of age, and it's important that we reflect that. I agree, no slogan. I think slogans are quickly dated and they're very cheesy. We need something that's simple, smart, classy, professional, and friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anna. Oh, sorry, not Councillor Anna. Councillor Emma.
Thank you, and congratulations to you, Chair Sarah, and Deputy Mesh and staff for getting to this point. It's a massive amount of work behind this, so thank you. I also want to thank those that came to public forum today who advocated for their schools, their tamariki and their communities. I look at Lloyd Drive and Grace, who diligently went around and got 130 signatures in her nearby streets, who met with yourself, Deputy Mesh, Councillor Robbie, Councillor Graham, myself and Suzanne from Good News, where we saw the speeding cars, we saw frightening videos that she provided and presented to Council along with Norton School to advocate the need for this change and the safety issues that happens on the site. So I look forward to this being a great example of where changes can come directly from the community themselves. I also acknowledge Joe from Enderley in his awesome map, and how many safety issues there are in their rohi. We talk about looking after our vulnerable neighbourhoods, and I think this is a great example of how we can support that. While transport projects are often criticised across the board, I constantly hear from public and how they strongly support crossings outside the likes of schools and retirement villages. Some of these projects have been asked for over 20 years, and in the meantime, costs of delivering the same outcomes keep rising. On costs, I do join Councillor Bidder on congratulating ourselves for the cost savings we have already realised, but agree that we need to keep a close eye on ensuring we continue to look at ways that cost savings can be found in these projects, and we don't treat budgets as targets. And I support the contingency fund as a practical way to deliver this. Oh man, going fast. I support central lighting the lighting is central to safety, and also a quick plug to Ohalpa Road with Jetstar. This is a need, and I may be biased, but I think it's the best gateway.
Thank you. Right. Those are all of our speakers. Is there anyone else wanting to speak, or Farah can hold your peace? We will move to the votes, the many votes. So we're just going to take these on the board. Yes.
About my amendment, will I get to speak to that before it comes? No?
No, that was the opportunity.
Oh, okay.
So,
No, that's fine.
okay. All right. So let's go to the board for the first motion. It's controversial. This one is borderline. Pretty much.
Councillor Robbie, are you able to use the tick or cross? Turn off? Okay. Yeah, a thumbs up or thumbs down might be Councillor Robbie,
best.
can you just confirm thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up, perfect. The motion is carried unanimously. This is your next one is the big suite, but we've taken out those different components.
Yeah. Right. So that's all the projects other than Anzac, Victoria. Yeah, so Anzac and Victoria are separate to that.
And Councillor Robbie, can I confirm again? Amazing. The motion is carried unanimously. So now we're moving to Anzac. We're attempting to move to Anzac.
Anzac Parade.
The motion is carried 11 for, 3 against. Victoria and Wairoa. The motion is carried, 8 for, 6 against. Now this is our motion and our amendment, so we go to the amendment first.
It's the amendment to only do two
Two
signs.
signs.
Yeah. So,
We'll
okay, we need to
reset.
redo. So we're first voting on the amendment, which is that we just. Yeah.
Reset.
Reset. So the amendment is to only do signs at 2 locations. The motion was to do signs at 7 locations, including the airport gateway. So if the amendment fails, that's when we go to the motion. If it succeeds, it becomes a substantive. Right. This is for just two signs that we're. Yes, we're re-voting because there was a bit of mix-up.
The amendment is lost, 4 for, 10 against. So we now go to the motion. 7 signs.
Is this most?
The motion is carried, 13 for, 1 against.
Okay.
Next steps section. So the significant changes with this one was adding in the work with NZTA on speed cameras and still safety cameras for the Regional Transport Committee.
And noting, so the only other change from the staff recommendation was noting green projects, a final approval of those designs where they don't go to the subcommittee would come through the chair and deputy. Yep, so we're all voting. Have we all pushed our buttons? Yeah.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
We're almost there. So then we go improvements in the central city. This is as per the staff recommendation.
Councillor Mead, please vote.
Could you vote,
Are
please?
you going to vote on, so this is, no, so now we are asking, do you approve that there's a reallocation of money that was going to be for Central City transport projects, now gets delegated to the Central City subcommittee to determine what to do with? So there's savings from Central City transport projects. Did he vote on the last one? Must have.
You appeared on our list.
So you did vote for it. Your finger must have acted right before you realised.
The motion is carried, 13 for, 1 against. We're now on to the lighting improvements, so the changes within. We
This is the last one, right?
No.
No, there's another one. Okay, lighting improvements.
Lighting improvements. We're almost there.
$3 million fairy lights.
The motion is carried, 12 for, 2 against. Ward Street and Worley Place.
Yep, so
this is addition of the bins.
Addition of, yeah, the only changes that you're adding in some bins and investigating bollards.
Is this one voting for lunch as well?
No.
The motion is carried, 11 for, 3 against. That's, yes, that is it.
That is it. Yes. All right. We are close to breaking the record other than for a long-term plan and the number of votes per item. Right. We are moving to Peach Grove and then should we probably take a break? I think we take a break after Peach Grove. After Peach Grove, we still have then the BNZ easement, but we will be very efficient. No, no longer. I shall send the cancellation right now. We will, though, we must finish by not long after 2 o'clock, so we'll...
So sorry, through the chair, I'll start
Yes.
this one off if that's all right. So we will keep it short. There's been a couple of drop-in sessions in and around this. Kirsty will mention a couple of errors that we've just got in there, some basic errors that we just want to correct in that space. And you will see Gordon, you all know Gordon. Gordon is reporting directly through to me now and will be more of a presence in here since Tanya's taken up her new role. So thank you.
Cool, awesome. So I will assume everyone's had a look at the report and we have our drop-in session, so I won't go through it in detail, but there are just some things I want to clarify. So with the various different options, so the price for option 3A with RSPs is 4.3 million and without was 4 million. And option 4, which is just the Wilson Street crossing with RSPs initially in the report, it's 1.5, but we brought that down to 1.2 now. And then in the executive summary, item 0.5, staff recommends in the report it says 3A and 3B. It's actually 2A and 3A, which is more it's clarified further on down the report. So other than that, I will take questions.
For absolute clarification, so I think we're all clear on what 2A is, which is the full upgrade as originally presented by and recommended by staff. Option 4 is only a signalised crossing near Wilson Street with the option of a raised platform across Wilson Street.
Yeah.
Option 1 is essentially do nothing in terms of any infrastructure upgrades. Option 3 is the one that has a shared path on one side which continuously outside of Boys High.
Correct.
But on the eastern side of the road only some targeted improvements directly outside of Peach Grove School and where the crossing would come across. So it removes a section of the shared path that would have been on the eastern side of the road. So, and if we quickly go down here, so what we've done just for everyone's benefit to understand C, instead of then having option 2B, which is the full corridor upgrade plus retaining some parking, and then having another option for option 3A plus retaining some parking, what we've suggested after talking with comms is that where relevant, there will be an option to drop down into, for each project, to say, look, is it to give your feedback on the removal or retention of car parking. So that would cover getting views around car parking loss or retention for relevant projects, along with the raised safety platforms as well. So we still seek that feedback, but without needing to list every single option under the sun there. Does that, what else we got there? Deputy Chair Mesh and I and Councillor O'Leary would work with staff to approve the consultation document. And we've also noted that there would be mentioned in the consultation document that this has largely arisen out of requests from schools around safety, so that people are clear why the project is even being considered to start with. There's also a change here since I sent through the motions yesterday. So in speaking with Chair and Deputy Chair of Procurement, what we're proposing is that we'll be having a decision on whether to go ahead with a macro scope approval at the 6th of August council meeting. That one is now yours, Meta. And then if that is approved, then would be an additional decision and process around finalising and approving the budget, which, so we've, yeah, and our chair and deputy of procurement are happy with the process if that is where we land with the macroscope approval. Any questions on the motion? Yes, Councillor Jamie.
Yeah, thank you. My question is around option one. What's the benefit of going out with option one, no infrastructure upgrade? Have we not moved past that point, or are we still at that point whereby, you know, this is something we may not want to do?
So that wasn't the initial staff recommendation to go out with nothing. Staff advised there's clearly a problem here, like a very clear, obvious problem that should be addressed in some way at least. So they did not recommend that. That was an elected member decision to put that in there, following feedback from a number of elected members that they would like consultation to include a do nothing option. And what that does allow is for people to provide the full range of, you know, views on the project, including I don't like it at all. I think that's been a message around where we're community consultation generally as well, that if we're going out with options with a genuine desire to be informed by the community, we'll include a do nothing. But there will be cases where when we go out to consultation, we're just going to, and we're not actually consulting, we're just engaging to inform people and asking people for views on the design itself and any flaws that we haven't picked up. So that's quite different in that, so we're trying to clarify between consultation and do you want it to happen and what option versus this is happening, we've made the decision, but let us know if there's a problem with the design. Yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, so that was all part of that thinking. Right, I need to go back to a different board. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah, just one question. On the consultation document, will it have that there are 4 options without a council recommendation to allow the public to make that decision themselves?
Yeah. So we've discussed that there is no preferred option. We would need a motion in order to have a preferred thing, but there will be all of the pros and cons of acting and not acting and choosing different options that will be provided to people. Yeah. Yes, Councillor Leo.
Does the lowest cost option still achieve the intended safety outcomes?
Is that the option 4? Well, I will leave staff to answer that one because that's probably
So option 4 is very targeted to just the corner of Wilson Street. What it does do, it still aligns with the business case for Eastern Pathways, because this was a piece of the puzzle that was in Eastern Pathways anyway. And it does provide a safe crossing for boys travelling along Wilson Street and into the school, which when you look at the data that we've got from the site, that's a very key desire line that boys are already taking now. And we have footage and more information about how unsafe that currently is happening. So it does resolve one
Thank you.
safety.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
Thank you.
okay. Right, are there any other questions online? Are you comfortable with the information you've got, Councillor Robbie? Yes? Okay. Now, do we have a mover and seconder? We do at the moment, yes. Okay, and we're good? All right. This is between us and some lunch. Yes. No, I will say a few things. Okay, so we will move to debate. Eastern Pathways started over 10 years ago in the biking plan that was put together in 2015, and then A business case was done. We have done community consultation to various degrees, and we secured some funding from government, then we didn't secure more to actually get on with construction. I just raise this because this project has been prioritised due to the continued advocacy of the schools and the continued requests for safety improvements outside of their schools, but it is one piece of a larger vision for this corridor, which is that school children can eventually walk, cycle, scooter safely all the way from Hokanui School up to the end of Peach Grove Road. So when we look at this, it's important to consider over, it may be a decade or 2 decades, that eventually we can build to create this wider vision. But at this stage, this does address a number of very urgent and significant safety problems outside these schools. So we are going for consultation. We will hear from the community, and we've heard from the schools that they will be publicly backing these projects and putting their name beside them. So this is not just a council project, but we have partnered with them to solve a joint problem that we face. And I look forward to hearing what our local community says. Okay, let's move to the next speaker, Councillor Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and big thank you to the staff, wherever they are, they're there, for all the work on these 8 different options. A couple of points I'd like to raise. The Eastern Pathway project, as you mentioned, Chair, the concept was designed, a few years ago, and basically the concept is there's around 20 schools along the corridor between effectively Hamilton Boys High School and Hokanui School, or by Chartwell Mall. So 20 schools use that piece of road, and the benefit of putting in some particularly cycling infrastructure will enable and encourage more people to bike to school. We've seen examples of where the infrastructure goes in that people will use it. And one example is the Rototuna Junior Senior High Schools. They have over 70% of their students either bike or walk to school. Now they've got excellent infrastructure, purpose-built for cycling, but we have seen the results of that. I've always been supportive of the Eastern Pathway. Obviously, it would be a lot better if we had the NZTA subsidy for this, which was available previously, but now is not currently. For future parts of this Eastern Pathway, I am hopeful that NZTA subsidies will become available again. I also support the procurement subcommittee having a look at this plan. Now, this is similar to the previous item with the contingency fund. This is a slightly different way of working, and I think it's good that we explore different ways. I mean, it's important that as governors we don't get right down in the weeds with every project, but to explore this, to dip our toe in there and dabble and see how that goes. I know other councils do that. So I support this part of the process too. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, and sorry, we've just realised we didn't have a part of this motion here, so it is requesting the procurement subcommittee members review the proposed procurement plan that was supposed to be part of that. Okay, moving to our next speaker, Deputy Chair Mesh.
Thank you, Chair. Outside schools across the city, we hear reports of chaos. On this strip of road in particular, we've heard about students moving across the road at multiple points, creating risk along that corridor. And it's a busy corridor. The pattern of movement described is difficult to manage safety in its current form. I want to acknowledge the presence of the schools that came this morning in their comments, including that they've been raising these concerns for some time. It is appropriate that Council responds. What matters here is the range of options that are being put forward because they allow our community to see the difference between minimal, targeted and more extensive upgrades alongside the costs of each. This being fully rate funded means that while safety is a clearly a driver, affordability also needs to be part of the conversation. I look forward to seeing what this procurement subcommittee can do with this project. I'm genuinely interested to see what the community wants to see here and how those trade-offs are weighed. On that basis, I'm comfortable supporting this going out for consultation so that the decision reflects both the safety concerns raised and the costs that sit alongside them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emma.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. As we heard in no uncertain terms in public forum today, and the videos provided to members last term, there are significant safety concerns on these roads, and it concerns thousands of students across 2 major schools in our city. At the same time, I acknowledge the options in front of us involve significant costs, trade-offs, and impacts on the wider network. So the right step here is to not rush a decision, but to properly test the options with the community and those impacted. I also support the procurement subcommittee testing the value of these projects to deliver the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, sorry, there's small issues with minor tweaks. Macroscope approval, we're adding in a word there. All right, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Emma.
Look, I'm supportive of these options going out for consultation. I've always been worried about the loss of the parking on Peachgrove Road on this project. In a way, you know, you're distributing all that parking behaviour we complain about on Peachgrove Road. You're essentially kind of distributing that to local quiet streets if you're not careful, so it has to be managed well. And often these projects look good on paper, but when they come to reality, there's a bit of a backlash, and shades of Rifle Range Road come back to me. And I always felt if these car parks were going to be taken away, I was under the impression that Boys High was going to actively promote an alternative when it was first mooted, and I haven't seen that to date. It seems as if it's been left to the council to worry about that. So look, I'm glad we're presenting a range, including Do Nothing, because given the school's usage of car parks, including their students, and its expanding role, and the fact that they had some pretty stern words for us today, I look forward to the school being more of a champion for this project. And if things get hairy, for them fronting up and not leaving it to the council, which I feel has been doing all the heavy lifting on it. It should be a partnership, and I haven't seen that to date. So if the school is prepared to really front foot this and champion it, then I may well support it when it comes back. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rachel.
Thank you. As a child, I used to live at number 1 Wilson Street, on the corner of Wilson Street and Peachgrove Road, and we used to walk to school at St Mary's, which is now Marion, across the Hamilton Boys High School field. And it was scary as an 8-year-old then, crossing the road, so I hate to imagine what it's like now. The costs of some of the options are significant, so I'm very supportive of the procurement subcommittee reviewing the procurement plan, not to second guess the work of the team, but to support. Just in terms of consultation, I'm supportive of Chair and Deputy Chair and also Senior Councillor Angela reviewing the consultation, because I think it's important that transparency isn't just listing options, that we are clearly setting out the trade-offs, the cost, the scale and the impact, and that each option should show what you get, what it costs and what you give up, because this approach supports informed, credible feedback, and it means we're enabling the community to weigh safety, cost and scope. not assuming that one should automatically override the others. Some people in our community will prioritise safety at any cost, others will prioritise affordability, but good consultation allows both perspectives to be visible and considered and allows the community to genuinely influence the outcome, not just respond to it. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sue.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank the schools for coming in today to talk to these projects and to give us their most up-to-date thinking around the options. They've obviously considered that really very seriously. I do think it's important that there is a partnership approach to how this is addressed. I'm very pleased that we've got a range of different types of options going out to the community for consultation, and I'll be very interested to see how that lands, because also there is a sweet spot to get with consultation, in my view, about too much information, too many options, and how the community deals with that. So be watching that very closely. I do want to give a little bit of free advice to the schools, if I may, and that is that when the minister turns up and says and invites them to think about having an extra 1,000 students, that's the very best time to invite the minister to ensure that NZTA stumps up the funding to help them, or that the Ministry of Education stumps up to help them with more car parking within their school. So, you know, timing is everything, and I just invite all of our community to take those opportunities when they arise. Kia ora.
Free consultant for years. Free advice. All right, Councillor Graham.
Chair Sarah, cities change and so did priorities. One of our responsibilities as governors is not just to approve projects, but at times pause and ask simple questions. Have circumstances changed, and is this still the right project right now? I support safe, well-designed infrastructure, including cycling. I want to see people safe. I want to see things done properly. But wanting good outcomes also means being honest about timing and trade-offs. We may want a 7-kilometre cycling corridor, but do we need one at this scale, at this moment, given everything else the city's dealing with the current debt? I struggle with the idea of you build it and they will come as a default position. If that's the argument, then we must insist on clear evidence and reporting that shows it works, not assumptions, but results. As councillors, we need to see the data that demonstrates safety improvements, usage and value for money. This is not about saying no, it's about asking when, where and at what cost. We have a whole city to look after. Roads, safety, core services and communities with different needs. Every dollar spent in one place is a dollar not spent somewhere else. So for me, this comes back to balance. Progress, yes, but measured, evidence-based and affordable progress that reflects the needs of the entire city, not just one project or one corridor. For that purpose, I support what's happening in the consultation program, the procurement program, and getting us best value for money to push forward on what we need as a whole city.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. During the prolonged morning tea break, General Manager Kevin used some key words: pricing from first principles. One of the procurement concerns is that contractors use previously approved costs where contingencies were used to resolve issues, so bad case outcomes become the new baseline. The procurement subcommittee is looking for reassurance that the staff are challenging contractors to do their best for the community. Thank you to GM Kevin for leading this.
Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Robbie and, Mayor Tim.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I wasn't going to speak because I'm mindful of time. I just want to say thank you for the process that you have led. Thank you for the excellent contributions. I think we've all reached a really good point. I do want to endorse very strongly the comments both of the Deputy Mayor and also Councillor Moroney, because now is the time for us to be pushing back to say we're in this as a partnership, and Councillor Moroney's point about now is the time to be pushing the government if they're looking for a huge expansion of that school to go ahead with that. Thank you to Councillor Bidder, because the work that the Procurement Committee is going to do I think is going to be quite significant. We are evolving today into a much better system for approaching these issues. So well done. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you all for your contributions.
All right. let's move to the vote. So we'll take it on the board. We've all seen the wording, we've gone through that already, so let's vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right, can you give us 30 seconds to talk about lunch break? Because we've got one, what should we do? Can we do a half? No, we have to do full. Should be 1:40. I can do half hour, but. 1:35? Yeah, so okay, so we go to 1:40.
1:40, back 1:45, come back, we're going to have to hammer through.
Yeah, okay, so we're back 1:45, we have to power through. So let's do it, all right? So we're going to be back 1:45. We still have some items. If we really have to, we will have to just put an item on the table and bounce it to... Yeah, so there's council and community at 3 o'clock. We must finish by 2:30 as an absolute hard stop. Yep. We do. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll discuss what to do if we run out of time for some of our items. Yeah. Yeah. No debate. Just go. All right. we're going to go to the easement item. Are we back online? Okay, we're going to the easement item because we have some elected members who need to leave at 2 o'clock when we were initially hoping to finish by. Wonderful, and they have arrived. So let's begin with our questions. Do we have the relevant staff here, though?
No, and I've messaged them.
You've messaged them?
What's the question?
What are the questions that we have? We might be able to have Blair or Kevin answer. Councillor Angela.
Be an easy question if I can get back to my agenda. Can you show me the motion? Because my question's on the motion.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Hold please, caller.
The wording was slightly finessed over the break and Deputy Mayor is now
actually here.
happy with it.
Revised motions, I've got it.
Here we go. So let's go to that. So our motion is, okay, the staff.
Yeah.
So it's got the recommendation plus C2, which has a clear agreement. So notes that everything B above is subject to C2, a clear agreement that the interface with Victoria Street will contribute visually in a positive way to amenity of the central city, and access to the site will remain open to the public until construction
Yeah, and my question,
begins.
Chair, is agreement with whom?
With the building, so it would be between council and the building.
So who's
owners.
council though? Are you talking staff, committee, elected
We've
members?
delegated authority to the chief executive to sign any documents necessary to give effect to this resolution.
So that's the easement. Are you
Yep.
saying that you're going to,
And both, that is subject to everything in C. So this currently is sitting with the chief executive once we sign this off.
agreement that the interface will contribute visually in a positive way to amenity, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
That's to who though? So do I assume then that the CE, we're asking the CE to delegate to one of his staff to do that? Because that's what I would do if I was a CE, right? I'm not going to do this
Yeah,
because
do you
it's
wanna-
operational. So
Yeah,
is
so-
that a Maria Barry?
Through the chair, I thought it would be someone in Blair's team, to be honest.
But that's
rather than Bruce.
planning. So this is visual and amenity, right?
So we do
Yeah.
have the central city person, so Matt Mills, the one that has presented previously on this, and this is his area.
But I think it would be.
And I have messaged to run down. Because Matt Mills' title is Central City Transformation Manager, so that's in his.
So we're asking, so it won't come back to us?
No.
But we are instructing staff to, in their subjective view, to sign off something that will contribute visually. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which.
Sorry, I'm being a bit pedantic on it, but I'm hot under the collar about this one as well. So I just want to make sure exactly what, if you want me to change my mind on it and support it, what I'm supporting.
So are you looking for a little bit more clarification?
I'd be happier, if we just...
Yeah. Yes.
The Chair and I discussed this issue in some detail yesterday, and there was a suggestion that either I or she or the Deputy Mayor should also be there. My sense was that this is an operational matter and we don't want ordinarily to involve ourselves in, but if it will give elected members greater comfort, and I absolutely accept Councillor Lera's point, I'd be happy for one of us to be reinserted there just so that you can know that we will also have oversight. So I'm just making that off if you wish to reinsert it.
Could it be, Mayor Tim, could it be the Mayor's office and that?
Yeah, that was an option that Leah.
Yes.
Or you,
And then we
whichever's
just
easiest
work.
for you, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean,
it would be
members
authority
might
to
not
the
like
chief
the idea, but it just gives you a little bit
Oh,
more.
I'm more comfortable with that.
With the chief executive and between the chief executive / mayor's office and the building.
Well, there's the easement and then
Could be
there's
the chair.
this component here. Yeah. Clear agreement.
And the party,
CE Mayor's Office. Yeah, so CE meaning he can delegate to the appropriate staff, Mayor's Office, yep. Yeah, and the Mayor's Office has done a considerable amount of work in this space, so that gives me comfort, yeah.
And through the chair, I mean, those staff are my staff, so it'll be through Charlotte and Nicholas Wells.
Okay, so the chief executive really means Blair's team, and we've got the Mayor's Office and owners, however we would, there we go. Yep. All right. Until any construction begins, so yeah. so the intention there is that there's no temporary hoardings, there's no temporary fencing to close off the area. We want, if they want to close it off, they've got to do it properly and go straight to a proper solution that enhances the outlook from enhances what you see from Victoria Street, essentially. So we're not getting into the design of what happens inside, but it's the interface, the way that you connect from Victoria Street to whatever is put there, that we're wanting to ensure contributes positively overall to our urban environment. That was the intention. Okay. Wonderful. Any other questions? Otherwise, we will go to questions. No? No. Then we will go to the debate, and let's aim for a 1.5 minute max debate. Not a rule, but just an aspiration if we can. Thank you.
Obviously support this. Safety remains a really important aspect for the central city. And this spot has been a trouble spot. The access is not actually particularly well used. It's not actually a brilliant location. It's out of sight, and it leads straight down to a busy car park with vehicles going to and fro. So it's never been ideal. There are actually, since this one was created, one or possibly two new accesses to the river have been created. One at the VOTR site, and of course by the new theatre as well. And there is another access down to the river from Alma Street as well, which is not far away. So it's not a great access. The businesses actually own the land, of course. This is just a public easement that was created back in the time. And the businesses have had considerable problems with antisocial behaviour. In fact, the Novotel looks straight out onto the area when they're having courses there or whatever. So I felt that in the public forum, the public safety issue was minimised a little bit this morning. There have been multiple occasions of problems there involving the police. And if I was to design a spot, the worst possible sort of spot for such a public use, this is how I would design it. Hidden away from the public, very close to the river with all trees and dark places. So it's not a good spot. And the businesses are committed to turning it into something really cool. And there's a letter on the agenda from TGH stating that, and also stating that they want to get into it as quickly as possible. So I fully support this.
Thank you. Councillor Mesh.
Thank you. I saw the rationale for both sides of this, and I heard the perspective that was noted this morning by our submitter to this matter, that we should protect the public right to public access. As the city grows, access to the river becomes more important, not less. But we also need to be realistic about what council can sustainably manage. And not every space can and should be held as public access, particularly where council is carrying ongoing safety and maintenance issues. I'm really torn actually, because once cancelled, access is gone. So the question for me was whether this was a location where responsibility is proportionate to the value. However, on balance, I'm more persuaded that more access to the river is better than less, as we look forward to the future of Hamilton, so I'm inclined to keep the option of access rather than cleanly cancel it. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Jamie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak in favour of the motion. Currently, Council is spending tens of thousands of dollars on maintenance at this site, and it's being used for antisocial behaviour. And we've got two businesses who actually already own the land, wanting to do something, incentivised. So I think it's a good option. I also support the motion saying that it needs to remain open to the public until work begins. And the reason I support that is because I want both TGH and BNZ to be incentivised to start work soon on this. If it doesn't have to remain open, then they could basically just put a board up, and it could just sort of sit there doing nothing. So I want this project to be prioritised. While it remains open, they will have some challenges, as we are currently experiencing as council. So I'm hoping that they will be incentivised to move quickly on this project, to prioritise this project. And as a final point, I'd just like to note is the trees down that end there. At some point, we need to have a look at the trees and how we can see the river a little bit better, but that's probably not for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Angela.
Yeah, thank you. I support this for all the reasons that have been expressed before me. I do have a concern, and I should have raised it in questions. Perhaps we need to think about the fact that this is now a recommendation to council, as I understand, so that'll be the third time we'll debate it. And that's a little unusual now, and it may be just because we've got subcommittees, but maybe the chair can have a little look at that. Yeah, look, I'm not torn, but I do recognise the chair's frustration over the years with a property on corner of Ward Street that's been boarded up for many years. So I know where you're coming from with that, but at the end of the day, it's private property, and we need to be doing less of telling people what to do on their private property and a little bit more of trusting that they will create a good public realm. That's what the written submission from them says. So I'm happy to support that.
Thank you. All right. Mirtam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly endorse the comments of the Deputy Mayor, and his committee, of course, has been working on this for some time. I do not accept the argument that taking this step will detrimentally affect access to the river. I'm very proud of the way that Victoria Street is being opened up to allow access to the river in more appropriate spots. And I'll just remind members, or perhaps inform them if they're not aware of it, that management of the Novotel have told us that they are already advising that their guests do not leave the hotel and head down to the river through that easement because it is dangerous. Stop for a moment and think about the significance of the Novotel Hotel and the guests who are coming into our city and getting that message. We have to take a responsible decision. This is the right one.
Thank you. I'll speak very briefly. I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for being open to that further addition at the end. We've had some robust discussions around it, and I think we do have a strong responsibility as a council to ensure that the interface with Victoria Street does enhance the overall urban environment. And as Jamie mentioned, we do want to ensure that there aren't temporary measures put up, as we see around the city at times where development gets delayed because of economic conditions or other reasons. We want, if they're going to close it, that it's done properly and in an attractive way. I do want to finally just put a challenge in front of the chair of the Central City Subcommittee and the Deputy Chair, that we are here closing off one access to the river. We have, as a council, committed to turning the city to the river. Now, this wasn't an ideal access way for many reasons that have already been outlined. Let's work towards how we can enhance that. We need to talk to the developers who are motivated and own land along the riverside. We need to start up some of those conversations that have been had in the past and have been put on the back burner to ensure that we do not lose opportunities to really create something special within our central city that connects us to the river, because once another building goes up in the wrong place, then that's there for another 50, 100 years. So my challenge to you is to act with urgency to bring that kind of conversation to the Central City Subcommittee. All right, let's go to the vote. All right, and we'll do it on the board.
The motion is carried, 12 for, 2 against.
Right, we're now going to move to the shopping trolley item, so thank you, and we'll have an early departure from Mayor Tim, Councillor Rachel and Councillor Graham, who had a pre-arranged appointment. It was
Earlier, because we didn't know we would be leaving.
No.
If it's possible to have it recorded, that would be appreciated, but it may not be.
We can do what we'll do what we can.
I don't know.
All right. Trolleys. All right, we are going to take everything as read unless there is any new information. Thank you, Sarah.
So no new information, just that the trolleys were reviewed as part of the waste management and minimisation bylaw that was determined to be the most appropriate, and so the report then reports back on our findings of looking into that.
Thank you. Can we please bring up the proposed motion on this? Do I have a seconder yet? I think it's left. Okay, Councillor Mesh will second it. We're just bringing up the motion for the benefit of all of our viewers online. Nearly there. Are there any questions so far on this item or on the proposed motion? So we're requesting staff to undertake further work to report back to the appropriate committee because this may not be seen primarily as a waste minimisation issue. It may sit better in a different committee. With options proactive, we did change that wording slightly, but that's all right. Proactively manage the issue of abandoned trolleys within Central City as an initial priority area. So it's only focusing Central City. Yeah. Do we have any questions? Councillor Leo. Oh, so we've got Councillor Angela and it's Councillor Leo, then Councillor Angela. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, what is the targeted proactive approach look like in practice, and what would the cost be like?
So I will say that before I go to Sarah, the reason to do further work is because there's still a lot of work to figure that all out, but I will pass to Sarah.
In the report, we do have 4 different options mentioned. So I guess the more proactive work would be us needing additional resource to further engage with the retailers, and that could look like an accord or a memorandum of understanding with the retailers around the collection of their trolleys. And then we could also then, if we had an agreement in place with retailers, offer a collection service and charge a fee for that. So they are the more proactive options that we've looked into to date.
And what's the cost be like?
So it would be at least an additional $100,000. We would require extra resourcing, but then it would depend on if we would offer a collection service, if we then needed a vehicle or storage area.
For clarification, would that be for if we're just looking at the Central City area? Because I assumed that would be a cost for the whole city, but my understanding was there could be ways to integrate existing.
So even just,
activities.
potentially looking at the Central City, we would still struggle with existing resource. City safe officers do already do the notification within the central city of trolleys that they find. So I guess it would be working with them on what those options could look like and if we have enough resource or not.
So could we, I'm just wondering if we note that the desire to minimise cost to council within this process as well. Noted, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So the costings would come back, but when we look at this, we do indicate a wanting to minimise the costs that come back to council.
Yep, so through the chair, just to assist in answering that question, I think we'd have a look at it, Leo.
Yeah.
What we do is we need to, it may not be a full-time role in that space, so that's the type of thing that we'll have a look at and see how we can minimise any costs. Yep.
The trolley that we, according to the figures on under 24, no retailer responds to collect. This is the one that we will be collecting, 152. $100,000 divided by 152, that equals about $700 to collect each trolley.
So through the chair, that's exactly why we'll have a look at it and see whether it's a full-time role or, or someone get notified and we can collect them at certain times, so yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, thank you. We're just going to go to Councillor Angela.
Thanks, Chair. Just in terms of this particular item, haven't we had a motion like this in the past that you've put up? So I know we have because you're nodding. So if the information we have hasn't advanced the issue, what makes you think doing this again and getting more options to proactively manage will be different this time?
So essentially the last time we had the trolley issue before us, we just instructed staff to look at a bylaw.
That's right.
And so they've come back to say there are some legal issues with doing it through a bylaw. So we're now saying, look, and also it was being looked at from a waste minimisation lens because it was being looked at through the waste minimisation bylaw. So this is trying to indicate a broader lens in terms of, and so it might be a collective, I guess, effort across different parts of council, and also, we're saying look at other options other than the bylaw if that's not going to work. So that's where it is different, but yes, it's an ongoing kind of dragged out process.
Will this include then staff having a look at other TLAs around the country to see if anybody's solved this problem?
Yeah, so yes, we have engaged with other councils on the matter. In the report, we've listed 3 other councils who are taking a proactive approach. So Rotorua have put it into their bylaw, and then Auckland looking at moving it from their waste bylaw to their public safety bylaw, and then Christchurch are going down the service-based approach with an agreement.
So even though those councils have put it in bylaws, the advice to us is that it can't be managed through a bylaw.
Yeah, so under the Litter Act and Waste Minimisation Act, we can't enforce the retailers because they aren't the ones abandoning the trolleys.
So how have the other councils done it?
So Auckland is actually removing it out of their waste minimisation bylaw,
Right.
And making it a public safety issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they've put it in a different bylaw now.
Yeah, so they're currently going through a bylaw review.
Welcome to local government.
Yeah, so
My
through,
goodness.
Through the chair also is, we'll cast the net wider than what we've currently done because we've really been going down the waste minimisation that area. So,
Right, Councillor Emma.
Sorry, just super quick, on the costs of this, the further work that's outlined in the motion, is this manageable within current workloads, or are we reprioritising, or?
Yes, it would be manageable.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jamie.
Thank you. Councillor Mead asked me to ask this question. You ready for it? So in Australia, there are some coin-operated trolleys, and there's a culture of children walking around the city collecting trolleys, take them back to make money. Have you looked into that?
So I believe Kmart in Rotorua have recently implemented this, but I haven't looked into it too much. It's a relatively new thing for New Zealand, but it is something that we could look into.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions? Otherwise, we will move to debate on the item. Thank you very much, Sarah, for answering those questions and your work on this to date. Right. As Councillor Angela pointed out, this has been a somewhat drawn-out process where we've come up a bit empty-handed so far in terms of viable solutions. It is important, though, that we at least thoroughly investigate what our options are here. We've heard very clearly from Vanessa Williams now on multiple occasions that this is a real issue for the central city. It detracts from the central city, it makes places look neglected. It's not the welcoming look that we want for our central city. That's why this motion focuses on our central city, along with trying to minimise overall costs that may be incurred by council. I think this whole issue really highlights how difficult it is for councils to address issues sometimes because of all the different legal constraints that we work within. So I do thank staff for looking broader than just the bylaw and starting that work. And I hope that we can be creative and innovative and have good conversations with the local retailers in the central city to come up with a solution. I note that the Woolworths down at the north end of Anglesey Street has perimeter fencing for their trolleys. When I asked them how effective it was last year, they said they weren't aware of any trolleys being removed from their site since they had installed it. So they believed at that point it was very effective, and I would love to see that rolled out in other supermarkets and retail stores where we are seeing this problem. The river is also being impacted by this. Last year I went with Norm Hill on his boat to go down the river, and he showed me multiple trolleys that were sitting in the river, on the river banks. Just last month he collected 7 from the river, all off his own bat. We don't want these ending up in our waterways either. Thank you. Councillor Mesh.
Thank you. This seems like a really difficult issue to manage because the parties that are dumping them aren't the same party that owns them. So with that in mind, this to me seems like a proportionate response to what we've heard is a very persistent issue. Noting that this was spoken quite passionately about by the Central Business Association this morning, encouraging us to consider the impact of the trolleys being dumped on the amenity of the city. Looking more broadly at what others have done that works and having those conversations, it moves the responsibility closer to the source of the problem rather than just relying on council to manage it. The main thing I'd be interested in is how enforceable this would be in practice and whether it will actually meaningfully change behaviour. So in principle, I support this approach.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Move to the vote. So if we bring the motion back up on the table. This is a moment of silence where everyone stops breathing, and there we go. All right, we'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Yeah, quite soon. So we are now moving, we've got one last item in public. So we're going to take this as read.
Excellent.
And are there any very brief questions? No? All right. I think well, I will move and Councillor Jamie will second. Any debate? Can we just bring up the motion just for good process? We're getting there. There are many screens that we have to juggle here. Okay, so this item is approving a time-only extension for this particular waters contract. All right, let's go to the vote on the board. All those in favour?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we are now going to move to public excluded. So yep, we've got moved and seconded by Councillor Emma, Councillor Anna, and we'll take a minute to ensure that we're offline. All in favour? Thank you.